Avast ahoy and g'day once again to ye mateys! I be your recovering and convalescent DM, Josh the Pirate, and it brings me an almost distressing amount of delight to welcome ye back to Corsair's Cove and my Humblewood world for more of Monsters and Magic. Our season finale, in fact. Ooh. Above me, I have my hearty crew, the versatile Karen Schlink, the valiant Brendan Ellis, the virtuous Dan Suelto, and the vivacious Daria Surname Redacted, who did most of our channel art, including Eric, who is underneath her face right now. So, let's talk about these marvelous people, shall we? Dan, who the heck are you?
I'm first. Hello, I am Dan in the meat space, Dear in the cyberspace. Virtue comes in many forms, and I'm not gonna tell you what I have. Let that be just an unknown that you'll never know from me. And you all deserve the love and support that you need. And, you know, from the shadows, maybe don't hide. What?
Cool. Daria, who are you?
I am Daria. I am an artist. I do also play here and on the Eldritch Scribe channel on Mondays. Also, speaking of art, on the Eldritch Scribe, we just made a homebrew class. Well, the smart people did. I just illustrated it. So, you know, it's some fun stuff with,
Where can this be
my
found?
arts. It can be found on Patreon, Dez's Patreon, and also on Twitter. I think they showed a little sneak peek with my little goblin boy. So that's something. And yeah, that's about it.
What's the name? What's the name of the subclass?
College of the Brass Lungs.
Ooh.
It's a town crier type of bard, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, I love it. Cool. Alrighty. Karen, who the absolute heck are you?
Hi, I'm Karen, and rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. I am also known as the Mother of Bunnies in Twitch and over on Twitter, where you can go and follow me. I'm a performer and a writer, and you can listen to my dulcet tones in the D&D podcast, There Be Dragons. I must warn you, my voice isn't usually this sultry and sexy. So if you head over there and you're like, what? She doesn't sound like she did on the stream. You can thank COVID for that. This is what happens to one's delicate sensual voice when you've been coughing for 3 days.
Cool.
I would actually point out.
I'm going to enjoy my, deep, sexy tones for as long as I can. But yes, you can listen to my less deep, slightly less sexy tones on There Be Dragons.
So if you want them
obviously.
again, you can check out episode 6 of There Be Dragons, because she had a flu that time too.
Yes, we just have to go through and pinpoint the episode.
There is the occasional episode throughout where, because you were not well for a lot of the first season.
I was really sick that first year we were recording, so there were a lot of episodes where I was under the weather. So yes, Kesh will be rolling with an extra side of spice tonight.
Brendan, who the absolute heck are you?
Hello, I'm the sultry Brendan Ellis.
Ow.
Got it.
You got me.
We'll take
Nailed
it.
it.
Okay.
Nailed it. When are we starting our erotic podcast together, Brendan?
Oh, gee willikers, I can't wait. By golly. I'm an actor and director here in Perth. I do a bunch of nerdy shit. I'm Brentsa in chat. And I was here on Tuesday night, just gone, doing some nerdy / very sick mech battles with Josh. So check that out when the VOD drops, because it is a cool thing that we did.
Yeah, it was.
And there's a thing coming up next Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Oh.
There is a thing coming up next Wednesday. I will mention it my own self,
tease.
but don't you... Well, Daria's involved as well now. Yes. Yes, and Madame, Monsieur Dame, under Heron and beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D with my lovely lady wife and my good friends. But you've already done that. Good job. Thank you for doing that. Well done. Keep doing it. And if you like, you can also find me in the podcast There Be Dragons, where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Skern Felspar and his little dragon, Crush. On Tuesdays, yes, we do Tactics Tuesdays, or Tactics Tears Days, as I like to call them. And Brendan came over and we talked about Last Shooting, and it was dope. It's not really a game, it's more of a collaborative story. In a very much the storytelling is literally the gameplay, and yeah, it was just a really, really cool concept. It's very much really it's a one-on-one, but probably fun to watch. I enjoyed watching it back when I did, and I thought it was really, really neat thing. It's not super. It's pretty accessible, and yeah, would recommend. $5 on the DM's Guild. Was it? No, Drive-Thru RPG.
Drive-Thru RPG, yeah.
Yeah, was very good, could recommend. But next Wednesday, we will be having a special guest DM coming over for a one-shot Wednesday. Tony Karlstrom, who some of you may remember from chat, will be joining us to run a game of Mutant Chronicles. We will also have a special guest, Ardana will be joining us as well. 7 p.m. AWST, same bat time, same bat channel on Wednesday next week. Yes, and we have no idea what's going to be happening. Don't know. Never played. No idea. Something about a Mars base, I think. It is future setting. Yeah, I'm extremely intrigued. Monday evening, we will be starting the new campaign of Humblewood. We haven't actually finished deciding what it's going to be called yet.
Of something and
something else, probably.
Yeah.
How did you know?
Oh my God.
Of something and something.
Yeah.
Copyrighted, okay?
Humblewood,
Yeah.
of something tangible and something intangible.
Less tangible.
Oh my goodness.
Can that be the name? Just
Oh, nice.
They're running out of ideas, I think.
of something literal and something metaphorical.
Because what we had,
Ooh,
flux and fire,
that's
so tangible and intangible. We had monsters and magic, tangible
Very
and
good.
tangible. We had cinders and souls, tangible
Yes.
and tangible. So we need a tangible and tangible combo.
And we had planes and prayers, tangible and intangible. That is not what I was intending, but it happened.
Well,
Fuck, now
Too
I'm pinned
late.
down even more. It actually makes it more complicated to come up with a good name for the next one, because I realise I now have to follow these rules I've set for myself.
Oh dear.
Oh.
why? It's
Yeah.
not like
How
it's
terrible.
affected you before and you followed the rules anyway.
Yeah, it's instinctual. Also, not my dumb 5-year-old humor going of poops and farts. Like, it's tangible,
Yeah.
intangible.
Interestingly, they are, yeah. It's not alliterated, but otherwise it's good.
Of poops and pop-offs.
Yeah, there you are.
Nice.
Ooh.
See? Collaboration.
It's not at all. Karen,
Devised.
tell me about the Ukrainian people, having spoken about poops and pop-offs.
Yeah, let's move to a slightly more serious subject of Ukraine. You may have heard about it in the news over the last couple of months. There's a war going on. It's not going super well for anybody really, but especially for Ukraine. There's a whole lot of Ukrainian refugees who have had to flee to save their lives. And that's really shitty for them. And particularly when, there's a pandemic going on as well. The timing generally has been abysmal. So if you have a few virtual dollars rattling around your digital purse, you can follow the link in chat to donate to the Emergency Action Appeal, which is a collaboration of charities and not-for-profits that have banded together to provide the most efficient and effective aid they can to those fleeing violence. They've raised over $4 million, which is amazing. But when you think of how many millions of refugees we're talking about, we could use a few more dollars. So if you can donate, please feel free to do so. If you have already donated, you're freaking awesome and we love you.
May the good vibes find you wherever you are. And I must also remind our pleasant, amiable, and possibly even jocular audience to please like, follow, and subscribe to all the things, you bloody champions. We've got all the socials. That's not the button I wanted to press. The socials. You can check us out on the Tube of You, which really messes me up, and I shouldn't say it that way because I go to type Tube of You instead of YouTube. And you can join us on the Chord of Dis. Yeah, no, I definitely shouldn't do that. It's really hard to type.
Yeah.
Dyslexia does not help with saying one thing and writing something
We
else.
stream on the itch of Twy
Stop it!
on the day of Thurs.
I love the day of Thor.
Thurs sounds badass though.
Yeah.
It does though, yeah.
Well, it's the day of Thor.
Thor's day.
And I also need to thank Sirenscape for our lovely music that just started playing again. It's gracing your ear holes right now. It's very nice. Their technology is good, but not super usable. But heck, we get good utility out of it. And you guys can hear it, and that's great. I would also encourage those who are fans of the setting, Murder and Malice, Danger and Dread. Danger and Dread are both intangible. Some third option.
That's
Good
not a
ideas,
rule,
though.
it's just an observation.
It's a rule now.
It's a rule now.
Like the one
Poops
with
and
poop law.
poetry, there you go.
Yeah. See, poops for the win.
Oops,
No,
for the win.
piss and shit.
This is shit.
No.
Both tangible.
Have you got the
tangible.
bottom of the
Both
barrel
tangible.
yet? Should we keep digging?
Yeah. Yeah, so those of you who are fans of the setting may want to keep your eyes skinned on Kickstarter, because within the next week there will be another Humblewood Kickstarter coming out, Humblewood Tales, which is very exciting, and I'm going to be seeing if I can't get my hands on some early content there to have a little look at. You know you like it.
Want to hit us up with some of that sweet, sweet Humblewood goodness?
Good.
I need to get it in my veins.
What's that one about? What's the new one about?
It's a collection of short stories, like mini adventures, micro campaigns, and
Ooh.
such.
Ooh.
And they're also working on a second book that is like a whole other, like a second campaign book setting for the wider. The world is called the Everden, Beyond the Wood, and it's full of other folks and cat folk, for example, lizard folk. Yeah. All of those fun things. Now, Karen, you got a special thing in the mail. Would you like to show us your special thing?
Show and tell.
So last year, I randomly entered a Twitter competition to win some maps. And to my intense surprise, I did actually win the competition. But the company that made these is called Stitch and Seam. They're based in the UK. That's that little in there. Sorry, based in the US. Did I say UK? I meant US. Based in the US. And because of the pandemic, they had actually suspended the mail service from America to Australia. So I won the competition. They found out I lived in Australia and were like, well, we'll send them to you as soon as the mail gets, starts being mailed again. Because obviously sending it with a private courier would have been obscenely expensive. So that only happened about a month ago. So I won these last year and they finally arrived from Stitch and Seam. I haven't actually looked at them yet. I was saving them for the stream and for you guys. They came all wrapped up pretty, so thank you. And I'm like, all I did was retweet, but
I'll take it.
But I'll take it, you know? So, oh my god, you guys. Oh, it came with a little, like, a Langelati loopy thing. This is dope.
All
That's
right.
so cool. I don't know if you guys can tell, that's actually cork with a little bit of metallic stuff in it.
What's it for? What is it? Like a
I think
lanyard?
it's a key ring. I think it's a key ring or a lanyard.
Cool.
Let me get that right. So they've come in these cute little baggies. This one says the Folded Lands. So this was a collaboration between Stitch and Seam and Inkling, who are a kind of nerd-based screen printing company. So I also follow on Twitter.
Name.
Yeah, and they sell a shirt. Well, it comes in a range of styles, not just a t-shirt, but it says Hot Goblin Summer, which is delightful. So this is the Folded Lands. So it's literally a cloth map. So
Oh,
I may
wow.
have to wear this as a scarf. This is so cool. It's like a little, like a handkerchief with
That's
a map on
cool.
it. That's so cool. And I'll hold it a bit closer so you guys can see. It's got like little purple flowers. Oh, I hope that's focusing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a dragon.
Yeah, made out of stone. That's so
I
cool.
think you can tell on stream.
Nice.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see it.
So that would have been screen printed by hand.
Wow.
And they share
That's
videos.
very
You
cool.
should Should have a look.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I'll
dope.
find the links and put them in chat.
Please do.
Because yeah, I've been a little obsessed with this stuff for a while. And this is the other one.
I would object to you using these as handkerchiefs.
I would not dare blow my nose. This one is a maze.
Wow.
Ooh, that's fun.
Amazing.
Aha, see what you did there.
Thank you for someone to acknowledge it. Yeah.
So we need to like play some in-person D&D sometimes. We can like.
Yeah. Well, I happen to know. I happen to know somebody who lives nearby who's a very good dungeon master. You could come over.
Actually, yeah, those were my. Maybe in a week when we're no longer like a plague house.
There is that.
Plague
So yeah,
house.
those are my little maps I won that finally arrived after a very long journey around the
It's so
world.
cute.
That's very cool.
So cute.
Yeah.
I enter a lot of random competitions and I don't normally win. So when I do win, it's kind of like, oh, I won. And then it was kind of like, yeah, I can't actually ship them to you. Like, oh, you can give them to someone else. And they're like, no, we'll just wait.
I'll wait.
So,
Fangs and Fright is good. Thanks, Bishop Blood. I might take that one.
ooh,
Fangs and Fright. Or
I
Fangs
do
and
like that
Fright.
one, Bishop.
Because that actually keeps the F and F, which is what the Monday Night Crew have always been, of Flocks and Fire, and now it could be a Fangs and Fright.
Oh,
Fangs
that's
and
cool. That's
something.
smart.
I'm keeping Fangs, definitely. I'll
Don't
work
add
on
a
it.
second rule, Josh, because then you're gonna need Fs all the time.
Give us F's in chat.
See,
No.
farts again work. It's all coming
Fangs
back.
and Farts.
Yeah.
Fangs and farts.
That's FA as well. That's great. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah.
I'm a genius.
Sure. Okay. So, can somebody give me a quick recap of the last session? Do it.
I did last one, but
Yeah,
if
you
no
did,
one wants
yeah.
to, I can do it again.
It
I
wasn't.
mean, I could.
The events of the last session occupied less than a minute of actual in-game time.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. 3 hours,
Yeah.
and you accomplished, I believe, 4, maybe 5 rounds. So it
We
would've
killed
been...
the same
did
guy
a
3
murder.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about efficiency.
Yeah. Sure. We fought. There was a lot of romance, agony. The whole spectrum of the emotions occurred in that 1 minute, less than of the fight. But the highlight is for the plot is the whole. What's her name? That cleric bitch
Amelia.
that was like, I'm just gonna run in the church, and then Julio like had performance anxiety for opening the lock, and then they had like a circle that like poured blood, maybe ? That was very acidic somehow, which I guess also is blood technically normally, but it was like burning levels. And then a steam person came out, and then the cleric did the whole like, "Nah, we'll kill everybody" speech, and we couldn't dispel it in time, and now we have to deal with that garbage as well as getting everyone alive. I'm not salty, you are.
Thank you, Dan. That's great.
I feel like you nailed it.
Yeah. There wasn't a huge amount to go over unless you want to go over point by point for the battle, which we don't have time for. I would, however, draw attention to the fact that Thomas the Berserk literally ripped a man in half, it was really quite scary, and the Vizbear should not be allowed to roll in chat. Unless they donate more subs, in which case we will obviously let them. Because they're a bloody champion.
Are you saying this campaign's pay to win?
I didn't say that. Vizbear proved it. Mateys, well, may the targets of your spells remain as you prefer them, and all your NPCs be an outlet for your psychotic tendencies, as we head tremulously at first, and then with mounting heat and passion into the Humblewood.
Ooh, I wonder who that was targeted at.
It was not targeted at anyone. Don't you dare put that on
And
me.
can you please just try to turn it down a notch?
Sorry.
Honestly, Dan.
I'm sorry. That's on me.
So, we rejoin our adventurers in the Smoldering Delve amid a fairly hefty boss fight. Julio, Eric, and Benaceridon have just witnessed a huge, swirling vortex of steam rise up through a summoning circle and then blow the roof off the chapel. Its semi-formed limbs swooping in to pluck up the cleric as the floating coals that appear to be its eyes glare at the world with malice. They come to rest on Bennick, and he gets the distinct impression of recognition, sort of a you moment. Amelia has just rezzed Styx again, though he's not looking great. Huge chunks of feathers are missing from his flesh, and a couple of spines have impaled his left wing. Beside this, Julio is in the chapel with a couple of acolytes. There are only 4 remaining guards besides Styx, and 3 of them are pretty banged up. One is in the tower with Eric. He's particularly banged up. One is trying to bar entry to the chapel to Eric. A third is pinned against the wall of Building 3 by Thomas the Berserk's horn. And the last is in the southeast tower, raining down largely ineffective crossbow fire.
Hey Dan, did you catch that?
God, no.
Yeah, we did not listen.
Well, I was listening, DM. Listening well enough to correct you that you said Eric twice.
Did I? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Bennick, the one you're fighting is very badly hurt. The one Eric's fighting is also badly hurt.
My dude was fighting it, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
No, I
But
apologize.
honestly, I was like, that seems about right, considering Eric had like a lot of cock blockage that occurred last time. So I was
Listen,
like, this
put a
probably
gun to
true.
my head, I would not say how many people are there in this battle right now. I would not.
I die.
No.
Why do you think all
Shoot
my
me.
rounds
Shoot
up
me.
with, alright, who's closest to me and an immediate threat?
Right.
Yeah.
The answer to that, Kesh, is the elemental at this point. So, on that note, the elemental has just appeared, and I think it's only fair to give it a turn. It begins.
Hold your horses.
Is it fair?
Is it fair?
I think it's
Is it?
perfectly fair. It's gonna begin. It's got. Well, what it's gonna do first. It looks around, and Amelia gestures down at Benaceridon, actually.
Oh, hell no.
And the people standing next to her, which is Eric. And Jayla is fairly close to them as well. And it is going to breathe its breath weapon down at the 3 of you. Well, the 3 of them, only one of them is a player character. Eric, Jayla, and Benaceridon, please make me dex saves for half damage. As this cone of steam bursts out of the elemental's... Not more exactly, it actually more sort of extrudes a swirling, misty tendril and uses it like a hose.
Jayla rolled a 6. I don't know her stats, but
Probably
I feel like
not
that's
great.
a fail.
Yeah, Jayla's... It's
She was
a
already,
plus 4. It's a plus 4, but
Oh.
she wasn't very healthy to begin with. She'd actually
She was
just been
just
rezzed.
raised after
Yeah.
Eric knocked her out.
Yeah.
I don't remember that happening.
Oh, you don't? I do.
Okay.
She's extremely lucky. This creature rolls 2d8 for its damage, and it got a 4.
Can you remind me how much health she had last time
6.
so I can track? Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
She's
We were
actually
not
still
doing
okay. Eric,
That good?
how'd you do? 12?
12.
You needed 13, I'm afraid, so you take 4 fire damage. And Benaceridon? Karen, you want to roll it?
Oh, do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, she takes the full 4 as well. And, however, that's the first she's ever taken, so she's down to 61 hit points.
oh my goodness. How
Damn.
will she possibly survive this conflict with only 61 hit points?
Well,
Why did-
exactly.
Why did you say that?
And then the creature is actually going to move and stand over her.
Oh no, that's not good.
Is Amelia still in its hand?
Yes. She's being held aloft. It's not so much a hand, it's more like she's sort of being held aloft by this gusting wind, sort of supporting her in it. But she does not appear to be affected negatively by the experience. So this is taking advantage of its heated form. The elemental can move through a space as narrow as an inch wide without squeezing. The creature that touches it moves. It has to move to do this. Daria, would you like to make an opportunity? I would say Julio can. It'll be moving out of threat of Julio.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Very well then, Julio, make an attack.
15.
Armor class is yes.
Oh, nice. Is the sneak attackable?
I don't think so. I think you've already done a sneak attack this round.
It's not limited
maybe.
to once per
I don't
round.
remember.
It's once
Yeah,
per
it's
turn.
per turn.
Okay, sweet. Oh, because we were doing something last time. I don't
I'm pretty
remember
sure you
what,
stabbed Amelia with the sneak attack last
but
turn.
probably. You're probably
Yes.
right. Okay, but
Yeah.
12 points of damage.
Yep, cool. For 12 points of damage. Yes.
Does it do anything to the fucking vapor or whatever that is? The
It
vape
does.
cloud?
It does appear to do something, but it does. You can certainly make me an. You can investigate if you like.
I will try to
Or a
investigate.
perception. might be
17.
better. 17. Yeah. Yeah. Strong suspicion that it definitely, you think it might have hurt it, but it's hard to say. That if it definitely didn't hurt it a lot. Julio. A creature that touches the elemental or hits it with a melee attack while within 5 feet of it takes 1d10 fire damage.
Oh, good. This is a Kesh fight.
4 fire damage, Julio.
Okay.
It goes and stands basically on Benaceridon. She's sort of in it. A creature with in addition, the elemental can enter a hostile creature's space and stop there. The first time it enters a creature's space on a turn, the creature takes 1d10 fire damage. Benaceridon is going to take 1d10 fire damage, taking 9 this time.
Am I keeping track of my hit points or you?
I can do it. 52. Cool. That is the elemental's turn. We go back to the top of the order. It is Julio, as I recall.
Okay, Julio
Yeah.
will do something dumb. Well, first something smart. He will. I suppose it's a bonus
There are
action to
2
chug a potion.
acolytes in there as well. Just
I don't fucking care about them.
Okay, right.
What?
He's like a huge fucking asshole with a cleric. Fuck them.
Okay.
Bigger problem. No. So chugging a potion, it's a bonus action, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think so.
It's
So,
like using an object, essentially.
I don't remember. Like, I think like chugging a health potion is a bonus action.
It depends on the DM. Rules as written is it's an action, but a lot of DMs do it as a bonus action to take one themselves.
Okay,
So
I will
it's
chug
up to
them
Josh.
That's
anyway.
true.
So
I would say, yeah, to give it to somebody else as an action, to take it yourself is a bonus action. I quite like that. I think that makes sense. Yeah.
sweet. I'm chugging the
Immunity.
to fire damage.
Good idea.
Yes.
Solid idea.
And tell me this: how tall? Like the Amelia is on the creature's shoulder.
In it. Yeah.
In it. How far up is she?
It is about 20 feet tall. She would be about 2/3 of the way up, so 12, 15 feet. Let's say 15 for good cubes.
I will run and I will jump
Jump and
and I
stab.
will try to get in on the creature and start attacking Amelia.
It lacks for a fully corporeal form. You wouldn't really be able to stand on it. But yeah, you could certainly jump and stab.
She doesn't though. How does she do
Well,
it?
it's deliberately holding her up.
Oh, okay. Then I'll still try it. I'll
You can definitely leap through it and stab her. Yeah.
Yes.
The incredible
will.
jumping Jabin just leaping through, slashing at her as he goes with his daggers. Go for your life. Or her life.
Let's hope I hit. I think I do.
22 hits, yes. And you would get a sneak attack, yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, so that's 7 plus 12, so that's
Oof. Ouch.
19.
That is 19. Oh dear. She's not looking good. Where did I have it? There. Yeah. You slash her a good one, Julio. She shrieks in pain. Yeah, she is not dead, but you can tell she's very badly wounded.
Nice. Also, I suppose because I left those 2 guys, they can probably like take attacks opportunity. Or
One of
something.
them would get an attack of up, yeah. But he's pretty rubbish. I don't know if there's any point even rolling it. Yeah, you got a 3.
Oh, no. That's it for me. That's my turn.
Okay, good. Sorry, there's a bug in my tea. And he was alive, so I hold him out. And he started crawling around my finger like, what? I'm like, dude, you were in my food. Jabins and Jumpies. Eric and Errors. It's 2 intangibles. Cool.
Oh no, concern.
Speaking of...
Spoilers.
Speaking of Eric, it's Eric, and Kesh will be on deck.
Okay. With my last spell slot, it's a first level. I look
You
up.
are adjacent to this creature as well.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
Yeah. I just crane my head straight up. I cast Fairy Fire, trying to get both Amelia and the Elemental.
Big brain.
That's smart usage.
Yes. So this
They
is
both need to make a dex save 15.
very well. I'm going to give her disadvantage because she's sort of held by a thing.
Great.
So she is the 2 shiny ones.
Once you get 2 20s.
Well, actually, she didn't do too badly at all. What's the... I need a 15.
15?
Yeah, it's not going to be that. It's 12. But the other one got a 2. So, yeah, prob's not. They both get fairy fired. Which means attacks against them have advantage?
Yeah.
Very nice, Brenda. Very nice. Brains and brilliance.
Ooh.
Okay.
A lot of this in chat. I like it.
Who is next to me? Is it just the Elemental?
There is a single guard who is very badly cut up. There is the Elemental is standing basically on Benisaridan. And Benisaridan is herself. I mean, this thing is large. It actually has a 10-foot square base. But it's not. It's currently only standing on Benisaridan. I could have made it stand on Eric as well, but I didn't.
Yeah. Thank you.
Based.
Yeah.
Is Benna next to me or not?
Yes. She is adjacent. Jayla is also nearby, but probably... No, Jayla would be diagonally adjacent to you. Yeah.
Oh, really? Because I really want to teleport.
Benna's got hit points to spare, but Jayla does not.
No.
Just blow him up.
Yeah, don't kill her again, please.
Okay. I'm just concerned about keeping concentration, but
I understand.
I need to stay here. So I will whistle for Hope, and gesture to inside the temple, and so she will head that direction and start firing at the acolytes in there.
Very well, you do that. Yeah, Hope then does that. I assume your attack was... Your action was to verify. Yep, cool.
Yeah, action was Fairy Fire. Bonus action is to get Hope to attack.
Cool, and you are not moving.
I'm not moving at this stage.
Very sensible.
So this is a D20 plus my spellcasting.
Calamity.
12 for one of the acolytes. Does that hit?
Does. They
sick.
are unarmored and pretty crap.
Great. This will be against the weakest one, I guess.
One of them is covered in burning acid.
Sure, that one.
Put him out of his misery.
Yeah. So this is 1d6 plus 3, so 7 points of fire damage to it.
Oof. Yes. He takes 7 points of fire damage. Yeah. Cool. He does that. He's like, more fire.
Yeah.
He's having the worst day.
I will say to
Mum and Dad didn't
Jayla-
say anything about this.
I was saying to Jayla, I need to do something soon. Don't stay too close to me.
She sort of is just getting to her feet and having only very, very recently regained consciousness. Going like, no, okay, I'll go. And sort of gets to her feet, and on her turn she will disengage. And maybe survive, yeah, who knows. Next, Kesh. You are quite close by. Probably, let's say, 15 feet away from this monster, but you are not in combat. Although, the closest enemy to you is actually Styx.
He's just got back up again.
He has not got back and up yet. But he has just had some magic very visibly cast on him.
Oh, feels rude to shoot a man when he's down.
Yeah, that barbarian.
It's harder too, so maybe.
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah. Like, I'd have to go over and stab him, you know.
It's a lot of effort.
So much hassle, yeah.
And
I
he's
should
actually
probably
not the
focus
big
on-
threat anymore, anyway. And he has beef with Eric.
Okay, well,
Also, he's so annoying. Like, you know those artists who have like 5 comeback albums, like fucking every year? This just sucks.
This guy's the Jimmy Barnes
Yes.
of barbaric gangs.
Whoa.
Like, take a hint, dude. No one cares.
It's not his fault. It's his producer SO that's like,
That's true.
Producer, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's been long enough, we can do another farewell tour. They're tied now.
Hashtag free sticks.
yeah, free
Yeah,
sticks.
Leave Strix alone.
He doesn't want to do the
Keep
comeback tour. He's just got to pay a lot of alimony to
Emancipate sticks from life.
Yeah.
Leave Styx alone!
I'm glad you liked it.
Very good. Anyway, Kesh.
I'm
The heck
going
do you
to
do?
shoot the elemental with my fang bow, doing necrotic damage.
Sensible.
Because I believe
Good
that is
idea.
what it has been doing so far.
Yeah. Your hunter's mark is not currently on it.
I would move it, sorry. I would move
Well,
the hunter's mark.
well, you can't move it for free unless you have killed the person it's currently on, but you can use your bonus action to cast it again,
Right.
and that cancels the last one. Basically, you'll be burning a spell slot if the person it's already cast on isn't dead.
Well, fuck it then. I'll just have a shot at it without hunter's mark.
Okay.
Oh, actually, can I do Slayer's Prey then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
That's
I put that
free.
on anyone.
That is free.
Cool. It has Slayer's Prey on it.
Good idea. You have advantage to shoot.
I don't need it because I just rolled a fucking 25. So,
You might get a crit,
Roll
though.
it anyway,
Fish
though.
for crit.
The crits.
I
Fish
might
for
crit.
crit.
You know,
Shoot for crits.
21. So the
25 is
just
pretty
stands.
good, though.
It is pretty good.
Yeah, alright. Roll them damage. Plus a d6.
Damage. That is 10 points, and then we
10.
are going to add a d6 to that,
And that's
which brings
necrotic.
it up to a nice round 15 points.
Ooh. For the first hit, yes?
And now I'm going to shoot it again.
Yeah, what a surprise.
Like, you know, what else is it going to do, really? Well, that was a crit fail, so we're going to
Or-
roll that one again. Oh, a 16.
Kesh, how close to it are you?
Well,
15 feet, you said.
I
it's
did.
15 feet.
Do you stay that close, or do you move a little bit further away, or?
I'm gonna hold my ground.
Hold your
Am I
ground,
about to get
okay.
blasted?
No. I will explain when the fight's over. A 16 does hit.
That wasn't scary at all. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
A total of
foreboding.
17 damage on the second hit.
Very nice. 17.
And I'm still by this building, aren't I? I'm using the doorway as half cover.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah. Oh wow, so you're still at the entrance to the prison. You've never left it.
Yeah, I'm using it as cover.
You would be. I believe you did move a little bit into the
okay.
courtyard area. But you can retreat to that. That's absolutely fine, and wouldn't
Sure.
incur any opportunity attacks or anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Basically, I
You-
don't want anyone sneaking up on me.
And
I
it
want
also
to see him coming
it
so I
also
can
protects
shoot.
Michaela, the
Yes.
servant healer.
The very squishy servant hiding in there.
Exactly. Bennick.
Just to double check, there's just one person with me.
Yeah. And he's
Okay.
looking a bit punch drunk.
Very simple. Let's just cut him up.
Got him up.
Cut him up.
Cut him up.
Cut him up.
Slice and dice.
Gotta
Oh,
cut him
there you
up.
go. Humblewood, slice and dice.
Slice and dice.
That's a good
Fuck.
name. Because
Yeah, because it has
Yeah,
dice in it.
I like it.
12 for the first.
A 12 new.
Okay, doke. This is the hasted action.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I can't roll to save anybody's life.
Damn.
Today.
Pair of fours.
It's okay. Offhand with the normal dagger.
Come on, Eric. Bennick. Come on, one of you. Whoever it is.
Come on, you random character with no
Come on.
discernible personality whatsoever.
Third person.
Wow.
Plus 5.
Whoa.
Dirty 20.
A filthy 20. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, doke.
Do it.
Also, how many
For
turns
2 points.
has
Oh,
it
no.
been? 5?
That's okay. I mean, it's an offhand attack. I'm not expecting anything.
He
Right?
has 1 hit point left.
Oh,
It's like,
shit.
this could do it. This could. Nope. That's not.
Nah, that's alright.
It's-
I am
Could he possibly throw a cutting insult after the blow?
No, it's more
And
like
tell him he'll always be a disappointment to his family, maybe? Just
I'm trying not to take psychic damage for the shit rolls that I just did. That's where my
Dan,
investment came.
I think you also need
Yeah.
to think of how many turns it has been because you
I
will
am
get
keeping
stunned
track.
for 1 turn.
Yeah,
Because I
this is
don't
the
remember. I
fifth.
was like, oh no.
This is the 5th, yeah.
Sweet.
This is the 5th
Yeah.
round. Yeah,
Yep.
I have been.
Alrighty. It's Styx's turn. I did not think he'd survive to take it. Really
Can we boo him off the stage?
Like
Get out of here.
I rolled. He was really unfortunate positioning in the turn order. Directly before all of you guys is the party healer. Is the enemy party healer. Then it's all of you guys. Then it's Styx immediately after.
He's
He has
prone.
never gets a chance to stand the fuck back up before you guys just smash him back down and goes, oh, he's healed again. Kill him with fire before he can stand up, which is sensible but irritating. Styx gets
Especially
up,
for him. It
dusts
must be-
himself off. Styx does not dust himself off. Styx staggers to his feet, looks up and goes, Amelia? Oh, hells. And
Should
yeah,
castrate the man.
then he looks up and sees Eric casting a spell at his lady friend,
Paramore.
Paramore, and he is going to dash towards Eric. And he is going to swing his giant mace at you, Eric.
Question.
Can I just
does he
ask?
pass-
Yeah, you go first.
Does he pass me on the way?
Oh, that's valid. Where did you land? Yeah, he wouldn't.
I have no clue.
He'd land next to the elemental, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the metal is 10 feet. So I don't know.
I'm gonna say you landed next to Jailer.
Sure, that's
You flirt.
awesome.
Like,
Do
so
I-
you're
do I
like
get
protecting
to-
her with your body.
Superhero landing.
But I would
Yeah, do
not
I
say
get
you
to
get an
poke him?
opportunity attack as he
Yeah,
goes
shit.
by. Yeah, no.
How much is his movement? Because I feel like I've teleported away from him at least twice.
You teleported away from him 15 feet, and then you got to these guys.
Yeah, which
And
is...
then they moved. They clustered around you immediately, so you didn't
Yeah.
move.
Okay,
But 30 feet, I figure, is enough to get to you.
sure.
Um,
Well, he has only 15 feet, but I think that's
Yeah.
enough. I
Yeah,
think.
from prone.
that's valid.
Yeah, he stands up.
Cool. Yeah.
Also going around the elemental because it's 10 feet wide.
No,
Does
Eric
he
is on
want
the
to rush through and die?
Eric is on the same side of the elemental as he is.
Run straight through the elemental. Ah!
That'd be
So
a way to go.
you're gonna hate what I'm about to do, because he's a bird folk, so he can jump and glide, like Arthur does, and swoops to Eric's side and smashes you with his freaking mace. I want this.
Sure.
We tried
We'll
everything.
keep arguing to deny you this,
We
Josh.
tried
He
it.
needs to die.
Eric.
Is he wearing heavy armor?
Nope. Otherwise, you
Okay.
wouldn't have hit him anywhere near as easy.
He sprained his wing when he died one of 3 times.
Yeah,
Hey,
what
look.
if there's a rock and he stumbles and falls?
Yeah. What if he's allergic to hay bales? Hmm?
Tell you what, Daria, roll me a D100 in chat.
Wow, we argued enough
if he
to get a chance.
On a 100, he
I will
dies.
give you a 1 in 100 chance. You all know the number I'm thinking of.
69.
96.
I'm
Oh,
so close, though.
Surely that's half damage.
let's see how bad I roll. He only hits you with one of the attacks, unless your armor class is over 17.
No, just 16.
Yeah.
It's still bad.
The other one doesn't. He's entered a barbarian rage, just FYI. Actually, no, he hasn't. He can't, because he used his bonus action to jump. So, he is not raging. He has 3 hit points, and he just hit you with his mace.
I feel like Styx wants to die again,
Styx doesn't want to die. He's trying to save his girlfriend.
which is very noble, but if he only has 3 hit points, you know.
He's not
Well,
his
he's
girlfriend
also a
anymore. She's
barbarian.
the Late Cloud's
He is a rage. He's
Yeah,
a rage boy.
make sure he is like buried in the ground this time.
9
Okay, give...
9 damage, Brendan.
Yeah, punish me, daddy. Daddy.
Wow, don't
I
need
did
to
not
punish
want
all of
that.
us then. What is this counterattack with craze?
Never mind. Let's not save Eric. He's
Psychic
into
damage.
it.
Yeah, let
To
him
everybody
die.
else, yeah.
Okay, I'm doing a Constitution saving throw. I need to beat 10. I do.
Hey.
Oh, nice. +2. Ooh, really careful.
How do you dummy?
Cool.
Ooh,
That's the
tangible,
late night
intangible.
edition.
Yeah. Cool.
After dark.
Next, after Styx, is Thomas.
Thomas will just keep
has a
cutting
dude
at this
pinned
guy
against
that's
the
like.
wall. Yeah. Roll me a couple of attacks for Thomas, the raging
Okay.
servant.
Okay. I almost rolled the wrong thing. Come on, Thomas. You're better than me. 13 on the dice on the
13
first.
plus, I think it's 4. Yeah,
And
17
12
hits.
on the second.
And a
So
16 also hits.
Hey, sick.
Pair
What's
of
the damage
hits.
then?
1d6 plus 2 each time.
I'll just roll 2d6 plus
Solid.
and 4.
Yes.
So 10 total.
Nice. Thomas stabs this guy with. He's got this two short swords gaffer taped together at the hilt. So he just stabs him a couple of times with it, all the while pressing his horn against this guy. He has taken some. Did not enjoy that. Vlad is run amok. It's the guards' turn. There are not very many of them left. One of them is in melee with Jailer and Julio, though. Julio, I'm going to say you are interposing yourself between Jailer and him. So he's going to attack you. He is going to make 2 attacks. And misses with the first. But the second one definitely hits. 21. But the first was a 1 and a 2 on the dice. So, Julio, you take a mace attack to the head. Ooh, for a total of 9? 9.
Oof, okay.
9 bludgeoning.
Okay. Anything for a sexy lady is fine, I'll take it.
Yeah. And she's like, you've got this. I'm just going to. Then the guy
Just
Thomas is
my
fighting.
wallet, I'm sorry.
The guy Thomas is
Where I
riding rolled a
parked my car.
3 and a 4 on the die, so he missed. The dude who is using the crossbow is going to shoot at Kesh, because she's clearly the most dangerous person in this particular issue. I rolled a 2. I am rolling extremely badly this round. Then the guy fighting Vanek is going to attempt a 21 to hit Vanek.
Oh my god, just lie down and die already.
He's like, you first!
No, fuck off. I cast shield again.
Bing! God! Wizards!
Just stab yourself. It'd be easier that way.
He's bleeding from loads and loads of tiny cuts. He's just been slashing at him for hours. That's all the guards. The 2 acolytes also get to have a go. One of them is going to cast Cure Wounds on Amelia. For healing her.
Hold on, Cure Wounds is touch.
Upload. Yeah.
Ah, true that.
Oh, look at the big brain.
Set yourself on fire to heal your boss.
Okay.
And jump like,
Sure. In which case, it will. They will cast Cure Wounds. One of them will cast Cure Wounds on the one who's on fire. Valiant Odyssey is raiding with a party of 8. Thank you very much for the raid. Throw your favorite raid emotes up in chat, guys. Raid. Greetings, Valiant Odyssey. Thank you for joining us. We are playing D&D. We are having a boss fight because it is the season finale of Humblewood Monsters and Magic Season 2.
Yay.
It is going very, very well for some people.
I don't know, my stress level is so high.
I think
love that.
it's going pretty well. We've reached the second phase of the boss fight. They've summoned a giant. Well, they haven't. The enemies have summoned a giant elemental. They're currently trying to cut it up a bit. One of the cultists, one of the acolytes, heals one of the other acolytes for 6 points. So putting them back up to a certain amount of hit points. And the other is going to cast. The other is going to cast Cure Wounds on the elemental. Raid
what a
Vader.
bitch.
Ooh, for max damage.
Oh.
So heals 10 points.
Now, this is a
Question,
bit-
does it get...
But yes,
damage?
it will. The cultist will take 1d10.
What an absolute stinky little simp. Takes
And
damage to
takes
heal
one
it? Ugh,
takes 1
So
point.
on Chad.
Takes 1
very
point
unchad.
of fire damage in return. This thing clearly likes it, back up to that amount.
Thanks, Daddy from Brendan. This thing likes it. It does not go well with me. I'm like, oh, what's going on?
I'll just stay up here and let them die.
Jayla, what does Jayla do?
Jayla, okay. Shit. So she's in melee with a guard and the elemental.
She's not really in melee with a guard anymore because Julio's in the way. Thanks for the follow, Crit and Miss. Good on you.
Okay.
Good name as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it is very good.
She's in melee with the elemental. Yeah, she clearly needs to go, but I have a question. From all the guards that we've sliced and diced,
There would
does
be a
anyone-
crossbow lying around.
yes. So she will disengage, she will take an action to disengage and run toward that crossbow so she can still be useful from
Yeah.
range.
I'm imagining a
That's
sort of 20-meter dash and then dives, grabs
Yeah.
over it, and then comes up, reloads, and
Yes.
gets ready to next round shoot.
Oh, but of course, she also leaves Julio with a little cheek kiss. Like, "Mwah." and then she goes.
I love that you're shipping this yourself,
It's
but
so-
yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
It's so canon.
Does this technically count as masturbation?
For Julio, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
How dare you make it weird like
But
that?
it's mutual masturbation, so it's fine.
Brandon woke up today and chose kinky violence on the stream.
Of switchgear and swooning, I think
Oh,
it would be
that's-
switchgear and spooning.
Oh, so good.
Benna Ceridon. Benna Ceridon is inside a raging elemental,
Right.
and not enjoying the experience, I imagine.
Is getting out an option, or is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
just
yeah.
going
It's
to-
it's mist. It's hot. It's burning steam.
All right, cool. She would like to get out then.
Basically, if she moves into the church, she will be out of. Well, she'll be still in melee with it, but out of its immediate area of effect.
Okay, yeah. Better Staren's not magical, is she?
No.
I'm just like, this would be a
Nor
really
does she
good
have
time.
any ranged weapons.
This would be a really great time to have like a really good like area effect spell. You can literally cast it inside the element. Just
yeah.
like kablooey.
Self-cessed senility.
It's sort of the same thing. Cool. Well then, yes, she will move out of the elemental. I can't imagine horribly for her.
There are a couple of acolytes in there that she has witnessed healing. One of them is right next to it.
All right. Well, she's gonna go kill those guys then.
That's a
You
good
know?
idea.
She's gonna go kill some acolytes.
Do that.
Cool.
Roll to attack. Benna has 3 attacks, 2 with the scimitar, 1 with the dagger.
Right. First scimitar attack. Away! God, my voice sounds terrible. And it's
A
a
1.
crit fail.
Would you like crit and
Reflecting.
miss to roll? Crit and miss. Seeing as you've just joined us, would you like to !roll space
Roll.
20 in chat for Benna Ceridon to attack with her scimitar, because Karen's clearly rubbish. It's fan
Wow.
fiction, but
Like
canon.
this. Like this.
Like that.
Crit and miss.
Exactly like that.
Yeah.
Without the quotation marks.
We're expecting a crit, not a miss, because I've done the miss. We need the crit.
Yeah.
Wait, who did
Had
you
a neg-
attack just now?
One of the cultists, the wounded one.
Ah, shit. So no fairy fire.
No,
Yeah,
certainly
no
not.
fairy fire.
Don't try to bring a natural one.
No, I was just
into the
celebrating
chat.
Karen's.
Yeah, how dare.
Celebrating.
How dare.
Celebrating.
Roasting more like.
Alright.
Oh,
No,
Lizelle!
Mrs. Bailey.
Hi, Lizelle.
Well, thanks very much anyway for joining us, Crit and Miss. Tales of Pesh is rating.
Oh, hi.
And,
All right then, fine, brilliant. Thank you very much for the raid, Josh, you bloody champion. And it's rare that I get to say that without looking in a mirror. Tales of Pesh, thank you so much for joining us. We are having a boss fight. Yes, I hope your stream went excellently. Wow. Greetings. Would one of you new people kindly do us the favor of typing !roll space 20 in chat to determine the next couple of attacks for Benna Ceridon, the
Nice.
leader of the. There we go.
12.
Kaboom
I'll
key
take it.
12 plus her plus 5. Yes, definitely hits. I mean,
Nice.
a dead set 12 on the dice does it. So Karen, roll
I like
them
the name
bones.
as well, Kaboomki.
Kaboom
What is
key.
that?
D6.
D6.
Gonna need another one though. A 3 plus the 4 is exactly the number of hit points he had left. She
Ooh, I killed an
slaughters
acolyte.
the first acolyte who just healed the steam elemental.
It's gonna get decapitated. That I've decided.
Just takes the head clean off.
Damn.
And this is the little boy who was badly burnt by the blood.
And that's the little boy?
Well,
Hell
not
yes.
little.
Decapitation?
It's like a teenager.
Now he's a
like-
bit smaller
Murder
without
a
the head.
child?
Hey, look.
Why would you let me murder a child?
Teenager. There are plenty of
Yeah,
teenagers I would cheerfully murder. I say this as a teacher. Hey, dead folks. What have I done?
You helped me murder a child. I'm so sorry for both of us.
There you go.
Yeah,
Well done,
we're having
Kaboomki.
fun.
Hey, Tony Karlstrom. Good to
Hello.
see you. Welcome. Yes, you do have an offhand attack if you like, and there is another cultist in here.
Okay, they're gonna get stabbed. Stabbing time.
Somebody want to roll it? Or Karen?
I
Redeem
rolled
yourself.
a 7.
Nope.
Did I just miss?
You did.
Aw.
She actually, this one, as you run over to her with murder in your face,
Just cut someone's
steam
head off.
rising off. You've just Benna, not Karen. Benna has just decapitated a friend of hers. You could assume this little Luma girl, I surrender, and sort of kneels down in front of Benna Saradin, like her hands over her head. She is early to mid-teens, a Luma, so a pigeon folk, but like tiny. Lumas are size class small, so she is no more than 3 feet tall. And she's this little thing cowering before this enormous angry servant, a deer folk. And Benno's had pretty bad days in the past. One of her ears is gone from a scar, and she's got burn marks all down one side of her face. So she's particularly iffy about fire damage, and she's just having a rubbish time. Don't tell Trish.
Hey, Trish.
Hey, Kesh, would Benna stop?
I think so, yes.
Cool. We agree. All right. Well, then it is the cleric's turn. And you know how Cure Wounds requires touch?
Mm-hmm.
She does.
She's touching herself.
She's touching herself. A bit of self-cess.
Where are the jokes
care.
about masturbation now? I call bullshit.
But self-care
It was
is
too
important,
obvious.
Daria. Self-care is important.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Styx actually regains 5 hit points as well. As do a couple of the.
From what? From spite?
No.
What has
From
happened?
Titan's vigor. The thing that she did to res him. They gain 5 temporary hit points every turn for the next minute. So Styx
Hold on,
is,
did you say temporary hit points?
yes, they're
Yeah,
temps.
same
They
thing.
don't
They
stack.
go up. And they don't
Oh,
stack.
okay, that's valid. That is true.
Yeah.
But yeah, they gain 5 every turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, 5 there, and that one
Well,
is
everyone
also.
should know that the rabbits have come inside out of the cold and are just sitting like
Oh.
like they've done that thing where they pull like their head into their body and just kind of floof.
Oh,
Cool. So yeah, the one that's facing off against Julio, the one that's facing off against Thomas, and Styx have all gained 5 temporary hit points because their turns have happened, and they're still standing. Cool. And yeah, Amelia heals herself for a certain amount of hit points. That many. She used a second
Check
level
your
spell slot
privilege.
to do it. But she also had to use her action to do that. So she is back up to that number of hit points, which is a much better number of hit points than she was on. She doesn't have anything else that she can do as a bonus action, so she is just gonna direct it to be unpleasant to you guys, essentially. I don't think she has any strong feelings about what the elemental should do. Kaboomski, thank you very much for the follow, bloody champion. Whack out it be wholesome, your mind's in the gutter. Wholesome.
You just answered your own question there.
Yeah, that one, yeah. So
It's just too easy.
it's too easy. We go back. It is the steam elemental again. And the steam elemental is going to stand on, now that Julio and Eric are standing next to each other, it's going to stand on you guys. And it's going to position itself so you are in it, which does, however, mean that you can't, it can't breathe on you.
So
But-
you're enveloped, so you can't be breathing.
You are enveloped, so it can't breathe on you. So it's going to do 1d10 fire damage to you.
None of this sounds positive, though.
9.
no.
9 fire
Okay.
damage.
9.
Good
That's a
luck, Eric.
lot.
Julio as well.
2 hit points left.
I'm
Oh
immune.
my god.
Oh, Eric.
Oh, that's true. That is true. It didn't know that, and it looks a bit confused, like, why is
Should
that
just
one not
pretend to be
dying?
hurt, like, ah!
Oh, you're li-
Oh no,
And the Oscar goes to.
Yeah, and you're like, joking, you bitch. That's how we do it.
And it is going to use its breath weapon No, it's going to use its breath weapon. I think I prefer that. Against Kesh.
Ah, come on.
That's why Josh asked the reach, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It has moved slightly closer because it had to stand over Julio and Eric. Kesh is unfortunately not standing anywhere near Jayla, but Kesh is standing near Michaela.
Oh, the cleric.
Yes,
Shit.
your healer. So yeah, not optimal. So Kesh, because she's standing behind
Like
you, I will
she's
give her.
inside the shed and I'm
I
standing
will
in the
give.
entrance.
Yeah,
so.
I will give her advantage because of all of that. So yes, would one of you like to roll for Michaela? Brendan, you don't have an NPC right now. Would you like to roll for Michaela?
Sure.
I wonder why.
Because you made the last one run away. I
Because
completely
I am
agreed with
excellent
your
vampire.
choice. A 13's pretty good. A 13 is actually the required DC, so she takes half. Kesh, a dex save as well, please. Ooh. Kesh takes the full 9 points of fire damage to Kesh,
Well,
and
that's not very nice.
4 to Michaela, who only has 8. So Michaela is on half damage.
Okay. So wait, we have Michaela on 4, Jayla on 2, Eric on 2. Yikesies.
Yeah.
It's okay, we're gonna win. We're the heroes.
Yeah.
We're the good
Sure.
Lizelle, human blood is not normally acidic. Typical pH is actually about 7.4, which is slightly alkaline. There you go. It'll still burn you a bit. Alkaline is just has similar properties to acidic, but yes. Thank you, Lizelle. There you go. I'm mildly curious as to why Lizelle knows that, but it's probably for
There's many
normal.
legitimate
Like that.
reasons.
Probably
There are
loads
lots
of
of reasons why I might know about pH.
Yeah,
levels,
exactly.
And not all of them involve being a serial killer.
There you go. Not all of them,
But most do.
but some. Yeah,
No, one reason could be that they're a vampire.
could be.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Lizelle, are you a vampire? Please tell me.
You have
No,
to tell
like-
us. It's legal.
Yeah, you have to tell.
Yeah,
I
legally.
You have to
don't
tell
I
if you
just
are.
drink.
It's like asking a cop if they're a cop, you know?
Yeah, but that's cool. Cops are not cool. Vampires
Yeah,
are cool.
that's true.
To be fair,
Vampires-
I don't know much about my food. I don't go pH of my broccoli. So you do you. You do you, vampire, if you have to research your.
That's what we've all just assumed. Just yeah, no, Lizelle's a vampire. That's canon now. We yeah.
Lizelle is a very vampirish name.
That is true. Very educated vampire, yes.
Cool.
A scientist.
Scientific.
Lizelle, can I be a nosy cow and ask what sort of scientist you are?
Vampire scientist.
Blood scientist, obviously. A
Yes. Study vampire.
hematologist.
Lizelle could be
Hematologist.
anything from a researcher to a phlebotomist. So, you know,
Yeah, I don't know. Would that make the blood curdle? Tony Karlstrom?
This
I
is
prefer
the-
my blood with a little twist of orange shaking over the eyes.
Whose turn is it, dear?
I have no idea. Probably Julio's at this point.
Yeah, after the elemental, I
the
go.
breath,
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's a
Julio,
guard next to me,
there is.
and honestly, I don't give a damn. I'm gonna jump and attack the cleric again.
That does disengage you. That does leave his threat.
Oh wait, I'm a rogue. I can do something about this. I can
you
with
stab
my
him.
offhand attack
Yeah.
and then jump. Yes. Oh,
Love it.
I roll inside this thing. Yes. Okay, so offhand on the guy,
Uh-huh.
the nameless NPC boy.
Yeah. Meaningless peon. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good roll. Damn.
Damn.
Okay.
Bit of a waste. Yeah. How much damage do you do?
Bit of a waste.
Do you sneak?
Let's see. I don't sneak at him. I hope I hit
5.
the
That removes his
cleric.
temporary hit points,
Yeah. Let's hope.
but
for
then you get a
roll.
free bugger off.
Yes, sir. 18.
18.
And don't forget, you have advantage.
You do have advantage.
That is true. Yes. Happening.
The
That
same.
will get
Literally
by
the
the way.
same. All right.
And-
Do that damage. Roll them
I know I
bones.
still have inspiration because I haven't used it yet. I just remembered.
I used it
Oh,
last
that's
time.
cool.
Yeah.
9. plus...
Oh, plus bullshit, by the way.
Oh, 15.
Yeah.
Julio, how do you do this?
Oh my god. Yeah, so
She was
he
down to
actually...
1. She healed herself for 11.
Nice. So as I push my dagger into the guard, he doubles over, and I use him as like a parapet to jump from his shoulder to the elemental, and I. You know how in anime you do a slash and nothing happens for a second, but then land and then like the head falls down. Yeah,
Yes,
that's what
Julio.
happens.
Also, Lizelle is an environmental scientist. There you go. Environmental consultant.
nice.
That's very cool. Doesn't explain
That's
the blood thing, but
awesome.
awesome.
Biology involves blood.
Sure.
Yeah, a lot of things involve blood. Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of things have blood
Particularly
in
if you're a
them.
vampire.
Yes.
Again, my
Vampiric
argument that
environmental
vampires
insultant.
won't know that stuff is because I don't care about my food. That's what
Oh, I see. That's what you were saying. Right.
Yeah.
What a flex.
no,
I
you-
don't care about my food.
I inhale everything. It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's why he eats often. Okay, Julio, that was very, very cool. I really enjoyed the mental image there. Yeah, and the elemental looks down at the... It's not really holding her in her hand, but sort of this whirlwind that was holding up the body. And it's still holding up the body, but the head has sort of fallen out now as Julio sails through the air. It looks down and throws her away, throws the corpse away. And it just sort of flutters limply to the ground. Yeah.
Is
Julio...
Six gonna fight the elemental now because, you know...
I mean, he
the-
didn't... He didn't kill him. Julio, where do you...
Just the discard
Julio, where
of
do you
the-
land?
Great question. Now that I know that I killed Styx's girlfriend, I don't want to believe him actually. Yeah, so I suppose I will be on the other side of the elemental. Oh, and actually, I remember Eric said, "Ooh, I want to teleport. So I want to be
You would have
away
been
from
not
Eric."
near... Yeah, very valid, valid. Okay, yeah. Cool, you do that. Speaking of, Eric.
Styx is next to me. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And another guard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the elemental.
Either of them inside of the elemental.
Nope.
Okay. I look up at Styx and I say, "You're not the only one who can get angry." And my feathers floof out in all directions, and I move down onto my hands, and I expand and turn into a black feathered bear.
I'm gonna, for flavor only, you're an owlbear. Yes.
Yeah, great. A crow bear.
A crow bear.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like a crowbar, but noisier.
And then I
Feathers go
hope-
green.
Hope is going to come back over to me and teleport me the hell away from this elemental, doing a little bit of fire damage to the people next to me.
You do that. Yes.
Put me inside the temple, I think.
Nice. Okay, you've gone back
Good
in.
idea.
Julio and Benna and Eric are now all in the temple.
Great.
Is that all right, Julio?
Yep, I'm fine with
Yep.
it. Mhm.
I thought that's
I
what.
don't know
yeah.
how I jump inside, but sure.
Oh, the roof is gone.
Oh, then yes.
As
sure.
the elemental
I
sort of
forgot- I
appeared, the
forgot
roof
that.
got torn off. And I
yes.
figured you wanted to be away from Eric, so that's the direction you were jumping.
Yes.
So Eric teleports himself to right back next to you. Mugbork the Half-Orc! Hey, buddy! Good to see you. Mugbork the Half-Orc is Matt Randall.
Oh,
Hello.
hey, Matt.
I mean, I assume. Mugbork the Half-Orc he is... It's not a play on words. He is, in fact, a half-orc, and his name is Mugbork. He's just always very specific about that.
So these creatures that I was next to make a dex save
Yeah.
or take damage.
Or take damage. They do. 4 and a 1. I'm rolling very badly today.
Oh, that's spicy. They take 8 fire damage.
Nice.
Yeah, they do. 8 is the number of sticks needed to die. You got it.
But isn't the
He
final
dies
final
again!
Well, there's only
Yeah,
one
it
person
is-
left on their side with Cure Wounds, and they've surrendered to Benisaridan, so probably.
He's gonna have like another phase, and we're like, come on.
Yeah, he goes
After the end
green,
of the session,
right?
we
Yeah.
see like epilogue where he just like one hand under the grave.
Yeah. Oh, he's going in the tar pit, let's be honest. We know what's
100%.
happening to Styx.
Yeah.
Styx is gone. The guy who was standing next to him, Julio, given that you knocked off all of his temps, he did too.
Nice.
Nice.
Good job.
Combo kill.
Good job, Hope.
Yeah, nicely done, Hope. Cool.
The most
So the-
awkward high fives.
The 3 of you are in the temple
It took
now.
a second, I'm like, oh, that was to me. Oh.
Eric, that was great. Anything else?
Nope, that's me. And just a reminder, this elemental is glowing with fairy fire.
Yep.
Please attack it.
Please attack it, Kesh.
Okay. I mean, I didn't.
She was, and she has been, and she's
Yes.
done, I think, almost
Yeah.
all the damage to it.
Yes.
Sounds right.
I am
Melee
trying very
sucks.
hard to kill it.
It's a Kesh. Kesh has to be DPS.
Come on, Kesh.
Okay, I go shoot the thing.
Can I suggest?
You have advantage.
You do. Can I suggest, before you shoot, you cast Hunter's Mark again on it with your bonus action?
Okay.
Just because that it'll be 2d6.
That's my last one though.
What was the hunter's mark on?
Yeah, who
because
was
a
it
lot of things
on?
have already died.
It's on the one that Thomas is currently kicking the hell out of.
Ew. Oh my
Yeah.
god, this guy.
Or just kill that guy. I'm sure he's.
A single shot would do it,
Yeah.
and then you can auto-transfer it.
Yeah, alright. That sounds like a plan. I'll shoot that guy and then.
Go on then, Kesh.
Got wasted my last spell slot. I might need it for good berries, but I'm dying in
Yeah.
a pile on the floor.
Yes.
Valid.
18?
Does hit. He's restrained technically, so for
That
13, and that is. Oh, hang on.
is, plus 5, so 18 points.
What? That's what. Yeah. Good. Yes. Kesh, how does it die?
He gets like shot in the back. So the person fighting him doesn't immediately realize what's happened.
Thomas is just stabbing him. He's having a great time, and Thomas just keeps stabbing a couple more times.
And he just gets a little mummified, you know, and then kind of gets healed over.
Yeah. Thomas only notices a couple of seconds later, and as his head turns around, the body sort of slumps off the antlers. Antler, he's only got
Thomas,
one.
my man.
The others is broken. Kesh, your bonus action, you can now shift your Hunter's Mark to a new target. Which do you
Right,
choose?
the Hunter's Spark is going on to the Big Bad, the Steam Elemental.
Do
So
we-
now the Steam Elemental has both Slayer's Prey and
And
Hunter's Mark.
Yeah,
on it.
boy, this is the build.
Okay.
Necrotic
Adverse
damage
Fire
with advantage.
with advantage. So that was a 19, but let's see if we can do better. No, we can't.
Nope,
19.
but that's fine. 19 does hit.
Oh,
Actually,
big damage. Let's
Roll the
go.
bones.
That is 12
that's good.
plus
12 is a good start.
2d6s.
Another 12. Come on.
10.
10's pretty good. 22 from a single hit. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You did do that. It did not like it. It has identified that you are the primary threat.
Ah,
I want to
shit.
go away from like the cleric who has 4 hit points. I don't know.
Cash?
No?
Well,
Did Michaela heal? Oh,
Michaela
yes.
hasn't had a turn yet.
Michaela hasn't had another turn yet. She will heal herself, don't worry.
Okay, right. I will take note of the squishy cleric behind me. Is there another, like, piece of cover I could run to?
Oh, yeah, you can definitely dash around to another piece of cover. Would you go towards the center where most of the remaining combatants are? And when I say the remaining combatants, there are 3 enemies left standing at this point. There is the guy Bannock is facing off against who has a single hit point left. There is a guy who has yet to hit anybody with his crossbow, and there's the elemental.
Okay,
Keep
cool.
trying, bud.
Oh, and there's that
I'll
acolyte
get
who
there.
surrendered to Benna.
Okay.
If she didn't, then she will now that a giant crowbear is teleported into her midst.
Yeah. I haven't seen one of those alive before. Or at all.
Cool.
Okay, so
I will run towards the other people then.
yeah, all right. Sort of swinging around. I'll pop the map back up just so that everybody knows we're all on the same page. Map one. There we go. So Karen was in the top left building. Julio and Eric are in the bottom left building, number 1. Bannock is in the bottom left tower, and most of the other NPCs are in building number 1 as well. Thomas is standing outside building number 2, and Jayla is in front of building number 3. She's getting a little bit of range between herself and the elemental, but she's not out of the fight yet. She's got a crossbow up and she's getting ready to fire it. So, Kesh, would you head towards Jayla or circle around the other side towards the well?
Tell you what, I want to split its focus as much as possible, so I'm going to go around the other way.
Like it. Good idea. Good plan.
I don't
Alrighty.
want it to be able to hit more than one of us at the same time.
Solid.
Smart.
Yep. All right,
Yeah,
the cluster
right.
is definitely in the chapel. You do that. You move, I'd say your full 30 feet gets you to about the middle of the fence between the 2 towers on that western wall.
And I might make some sort of obscene hand gesture as I go.
If it had hands, it would replicate it, yeah. And it's Bannock's turn. Bannock, hit him once.
Look, hey.
Just make contact, man.
Just look.
Reach out.
I believe, man, I believe.
Look, it is what it is.
If you would like someone in chat to roll it for you so we can blame them instead.
No,
Maybe
'cause-
Mugborg the half-orc, he's very dangerous.
No, let
Lovely man, great with
let them
kids.
have their peace. I will bear this burden myself.
I thought the half orc must be
18.
like
Does
like-
hit.
Great.
Like-
Bannock, how do you do this?
One thought the half orc. Do you finish work tomorrow or did you finish today?
I just do a bit of a feint as like from the haste after image and then like cut him across the chest. Many cuts, death by 1,000 cuts already.
Yeah.
But it's just like one, like I'm just crossing it out like psh.
That. Love it. He collapses. He's just been smacking down on the glass of your shield. It's been just slightly cracking every time with his mace, like stupid fucking wizards. And then you just slashed at him just more and more and more. And he's like,
Yeah.
It was a very, very visually interesting fight.
It had
Not very
aesthetic.
effective, but very cool.
Very, very cool. It was very cinematic.
Spectacular.
Like a
What do you
movie.
do now with your ridiculous movement? Because you are hasted, boy.
I am. I'd like to switch to bow.
Good
Isn't there
call.
one guy who still trying to like attack us with a crossbow?
Yeah, but he hasn't hit anyone ever.
Do I see him from the tower?
Yes, he's in the other tower. He's in the southwestern tower. Southeastern tower.
I take a shot at him.
You do that. Bannock begins killing the next guy.
Great, 23.
23 does hit, yes.
Oh shit, 6.
For 6 damage. Hey, look, he's
That's
not on full
me.
hit points anymore. Cool. Thank you. Excellent.
I stay right here. I have
Styx is
4
dead.
turns left on this haste.
Thomas is still alive, still up, still moving, still angry as. He has some hit points left, 11 as I recall. He is raging as well.
I don't think he took any damage. I'm at 22. I've been keeping track of his hit points. Thomas?
I have 11 written down.
I'll write 11 then. Oh,
But I could have that. No, that might have been Vlad.
Oh, yeah.
That might have been Vlad. Yeah, 22 sounds about right. Why not? Let's say that. He definitely wasn't hit very much. Yes. What does Thomas do? There's an angry elemental. That's about it.
He's pissed, so yes.
And his job is to defend Benna, who is attacking.
Is Benna still inside? No. She's in the temple now.
She's in the temple.
chapel.
Yeah. She is still like the chapel. I want to be clear. There's not much left of that building. A good portion of it is just scattered around. Seeing inside is not a massive challenge. He's also directly in front of across from the door. He could charge and get this thing with a charge attack. Do you reckon?
Yeah. He's super pissed. Let's do it.
Kaboom key! Exclamation mark roll space 20. No D, just 20. And Tony Karlstrom can do the other, because he will get a backup attack even if this misses.
And also the visual is just very cool. There's this huge guy. He's
17
running.
Kaboom key. Does hit. Charge. 1d12 plus 2 damn.
Okay. D12, my favorite dice. It's very cute. That's not the right dice, I think. Oh no, it is. 5.
5 plus 2, 7 points of physical damage, unfortunately, to the elemental. Still to that. And then, and a 12 from Tony Karlstrom is. Ooh. Hold up. Apologies. Oh, it's with his attack modifier. Yes, does hit. So that's a d6 as well, please.
Okay. Yay!
However, he has just hit it with a couple of attacks, so it burns him. Unfortunately.
Yay!
So he is going to take 4 and another 4. He's going to take 8 fire damage.
Yeah.
He can't half the fire damage, unfortunately. But yes, a 1. It still does 1. You can't half 1. Particularly when you're adding 2 to it.
Yeah.
So, that is Thomas. Vlad's gone. There's only one guard left. He's the one with the crossbow. He's going to shoot at. He's going to shoot at Bennick. You started shooting at him.
Yes.
I think it's the one that makes sense. I don't think he's
I'm
going to
gonna be
hit.
like, it's like a tumbleweed.
Yeah. You've got a longbow. He's got a heavy crossbow that he is shit with. He continues to be shit with it. A 3 on the dice.
Oh no.
Poor guy.
Not so much. He's just like, I
Catch
don't
Greg.
even know. How does this work? How does it even work?
He's had the safety on this whole time.
Yeah.
I'm imagining just all these crossbow bolts buried in the floor in front of him.
Aw. It would be cute to like, hey guys, does anyone know how this works? Everyone's dead. Like asking for
Guys, I
help.
think mine's
It
broken.
reminds me of the scene from the 40-Year-Old Virgin where he's trying to figure out condoms.
Oh.
I didn't make it all the way through that one. It was very sad. The remaining acolyte has surrendered and is legit about it. Jayla is next.
Jayla. Okay, well, she has a crossbow. She'll try to attack.
How close to it is she? Give me a
Well,
number
that
in
depends.
feet.
Oh, well, I don't know where the body of the guy was that she took the crossbow from. But she was definitely running away to keep at
They would have
distance.
been... Okay, then I will say 30 feet. Does that seem
That
about
is
right?
fine.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
That's fine.
She will be standing near the door to building 3.
Okie doke. Let's try. 13 on the die.
A 13 on the dice. This is a dex weapon, so she would add +4 to that. So 17.
Nice.
And let me just check my notes. She is over 20 feet. Yes, does hit.
Okay. I'm concerned about those checks that you're doing.
It's just a cool little mechanic I added to it.
Okay. So that's 5 on the dice.
And she adds +4. Her dex.
Ooh. Nice.
She's
so
not
nice.
proficient with this weapon, so she's not adding her proficiency bonus, but she is dexterous, so she's adding a +4.
Alright.
So yeah, 4 + 5, so 9, which we half because it's a physical weapon. It's 5 damage. These NPCs are actually hurting this thing reasonably efficiently, though Thomas is getting badly burnt in the process. Cool. And we go to... It's Benna. And Benna is standing over this little girl who's just surrendered. What does she do now,
It should be
Karen?
higher.
Karen is muted.
Sorry. How quickly could she tie this kid up?
Not in like a turn. I would say it would take at least 15 seconds. I just don't see how mechanically you could do it rapidly with any degree of effectiveness. But
Is there anywhere like
she
in
could
the chapel?
knock it unconscious with an attack.
Yeah.
Karen,
Yes.
I want to remind you that we are clustered there. There's Eric, me,
Julio.
Benna, and this kid. It's safe to assume that we'll probably get breath weaponed on. So I'm just putting it out there. It might happen that this kid will just fucking die.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might not really be able to perceive the difference between allies and foes at this point either.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna clonk the kid on the head.
Valid. Because Benna's not stupid enough to engage it in melee when there's somebody with a perfectly good magical bow in play.
I'm gonna knock this kid out so it can't change its mind and stab me in the back, which
Very well.
is always a possibility with cultists.
I'm
roll
gonna
for this?
with advantage, yes.
Uh, 15.
It's a 10 and a 5 actually. But when you add her attack modifier, yeah, it is actually 15. And with the butt of the scimitar, I'm not going to say you need to roll for it. She is baring her neck to this woman, like, please, no. And down she goes. So a single attack is all that is required to knock this child unconscious. Does she leave it where it is, at the altar of the chapel?
Well, it's probably as safe there as it is anywhere else right now.
That's true.
And I don't have any range weapons, do I? Unless I want to throw my
You have a
dagger
dagger.
at steam. Doesn't
She's
look
like,
like
this feels stupid, but it actually does work. It's not great, but it does work. If I did this about 200 times...
It's
I
something.
might eventually make an appreciable difference to the outcome of this battle.
Mechanically, if you're just going to take the average every single time, if Ben Saradan threw a dagger through a steam elemental 240 times, it would kill it.
Woo! Woo!
If you
That's
dropped
okay.
240 daggers through this thing simultaneously, it would die. And
Doesn't
look,
have 240 daggers, damn it.
bag of holding, just dumping it out above its head. Why do you have
It's
so
like
many of these? Everyone's
copper
armed with
bomb.
them. Yeah. Napalm with
Well,
daggers.
there was this one time where we fought a steam elemental.
You have no idea how
I thought
useful
to
a bag
myself,
full
if
of daggers would be used.
Well, since that's, like, there's rubble lying around, right?
There is. She could yeet a rock.
Can I yeet a rock?
I'll allow you to yeet a rock.
Cool.
Yeet a rock. This is an improvised attack.
Yeah. What would you like me to
You
do?
would still have advantage on the roll because
Okay.
it's got aiming assistance provided by Eric.
We got an
Aimbot's
aimbot.
on.
Aimbot.
Right, I yeet the rock.
Yeet a rock.
That's how I will call this
29.
spell from now on.
I know, it's added together, but still, 17 is still pretty
plus-
good.
17 plus whatever you want to add to it. For
She
eating
can't
a
be
rock.
more than 15 feet away from it, so yeah, you yeet a rock. 1d6 rock damage.
That rock's better than a dagger.
Yeah.
Well, it is bigger.
It is
I do
bigger.
Three rock damage.
Significantly more water
Nice.
vapor gets splattered on it as it passes through. So yeah, you do 3 rock damage, which it halves. To 1. But look, it's better than not hurting it, and you haven't gotten set on fire today. Well, not in the last 6 seconds anyway. Do you move, speaking of being set on fire?
Well, I will move to the nearest bit of suitable rubble for yeeting.
Okay. You're still inside the building because it is blocking the exit, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. I stay in the chapel, but I'll suss out the next suitable bit of rock to throw. And I'll
Is
go.
it eatable?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you definitely find something
I
else
do
you
a
can
quick
yeet.
yeet check to work
Make a
out.
yeet check.
That's my favorite YouTube channel. Does it yeet?
Is it just things that you can throw easily and things you can't?
Yep.
Amazing. It's the elemental's turn. Now, I want to be very, very clear. Benna, how close to Eric are you standing?
Wait, where's Eric?
It is possible to be no more than 20 feet away from Eric, whilst remaining in the chapel. The chapel is 20 feet to one side and 25 feet to another. Eric, I feel, is standing near the altar.
I can only get 15 feet, so.
Oh,
I'm
so
not
he's
sure how big-
basically in the middle.
Okay, well, I probably would have moved away to get to the next yeet.
So you're standing on the far side of the chapel from Eric.
Yeah, let's go with that.
And is Julio? Where's Julio?
I'm next to Eric.
Right. Cool. Noted. That does mean it's gonna breathe fire at you guys.
Yep.
We knew that
As-
was coming, didn't we?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
dex
we did.
check from Eric because Julio's immune. It doesn't
but you got
understand
this,
your
Eric.
immunity, which is why
Julio's
standing next to
immune.
Eric makes him the juicy target. Unfortunately, that's just its
That's
problem-solving
fine.
mechanism. I really need to stand it on
so
Fennec.
as a bear, I have +0 to Dex.
Great.
Hell yes.
But you do have a lot more hit points.
19 more. Oh look, that's a natural 1.
Okay, you're gonna take the full. I just rolled 2 8s, but I did it on d10s. It should have been d8s.
Rip.
That's way nowhere near as good. You take 8 hit points worth of fire damage
Bye
from being
not
breathed on.
bye-bye.
Yeah, no, he's
He's
fine.
a bear.
He's fine. He's a bear now, and his chair as well. And then it is going to fly because it has a flying
Pardon?
speed.
What? That
Um,
sucks.
To stand on Kesh.
Oh, come on!
So the doorway is now clear, and the back wall is the least damaged of the lot, so seeing it is difficult. It's still like much taller than the building, so you can see its head. But yeah, it's standing on Kesh. Kesh, you are gonna take a 1d10 of damage.
Do we
and 8.
do we get an attack of opportunity?
No, because it flies over you.
Shit, right.
I would say that the bear is tall enough to do so, if the bear wants to.
How's the bear feeling?
Does the bear want to though?
Yeah. Also, how's your fair fire?
Yeah, good point. Let me roll for concentration. No, it doesn't want to roll. That's sick. Okay. This is a +2. 13. That's fine.
Hey!
Yeah.
Good, because it was only a single point of damage. Oh no, it was 8. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at the wrong thing. But yes, so the bear retains concentration. Does the bear want to make an opportunity attack as this thing flies over it?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to use multi-attack, so that's fine. Let's do the claws. This is a
Montage.
Yes, thank you.
Give it the claw.
It's kind of, yeah, cool. This is a +1 hit.
Excellent.
2 14s.
Nice.
So
18.
An 18?
Does hit, yes.
And this is 2d4s +2.
For 6.
8 points of slashing damage. I don't know if it's magical or not. I think it is, but being a wild shape, but that's up to you, I think.
I think it becomes it at a certain level.
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, I thought it was moon only that gets it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it might be.
If it's any magic, it's fire.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not. Not me. So it's regular damage.
So 8.
Yep.
8, which we half, but very good. That's another 4. Every little helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much damage do I take?
8.
Oh, I take 8 damage as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah. Cool. And then, yeah, it lands on Kesh, and we go back to the top of the order. Julio.
What did Kesh have to take, sorry?
She took 8 points. 8 points of fire damage.
I am down to below quarter health.
As it now stands on Kesh.
You
What
get
about the
another
Kira?
check on the verifier as much as I.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's do that. This is +2. Yep.
Oh, just.
Just.
Doing well, guys. Doing well. Okay. Thanks very much, Kaboomski. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to all of our raiders. It's been great having you. All right. It's Eric's turn. Sorry, it's Julio's turn. Then Eric's, then Kesh. Then Bennett.
What about the cleric? She's vibing?
Michaela.
Michaela.
Oh, I do
yeah.
apologize. I do apologize. Well, I just sort of assumed she was just going to heal herself to full again.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to remind you.
She's just gonna, yeah, I rolled a 7 on the dice. She only needed 4. But yeah, she's like, if I die,
Nice.
no one's healing them. So I'm going to heal me first. I'm very badly
Good
singed.
idea.
Tony, take care of yourself. We'll see you next time. Thanks very much, buddy.
All right.
See you
So
Wednesday.
Julio, I reached the elemental, right? If I run.
The quickest way would be to jump over the wall.
I can do that.
You totally
I
can do that. Yeah.
Yes, and I will try to rapier the motherfucker.
Yes, you do that.
Ooh.
For 25, does absolutely hit, yes. Much damage, very well. 7 plus. For another
So
12.
19 damage.
19, which we do half, but still 9 points of
Still pretty
damage.
good. And a dagger. 17?
Does as well hit, yes.
Beautiful.
And Julio's
beautiful.
immune.
Yes, and 7 more damage.
7 more damage. So another 3. Whoa. Very
That's
good.
it. That's it for me.
Very nice. Eric.
Yeah. Do I have any way of telling how injured this elemental is?
As a bear?
Well, I do still have my senses.
Oh, okay. No, yes. Your mental stats remain your own, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. In which case, make me a perception check. For Arcana, if it's better.
Okay, I feel like... Yeah, either.
Oh, well, no, I tell you what. What would
Yeah.
you use? How would you discern this?
It would be Arcana,
Okay.
I think. Okay, that is 19.
19, yeah. Eric, when it first arrived, it was looking very vigorous, very full of life, very... It was quite a dense cloud. This is significantly less dense. It's looking wispy.
Okay.
It is mechanically it is bloodied.
If
Okay.
only we had cold damage. I can only imagine that it works very well against steam.
Maybe. Necrotic seems effective.
Yeah. Okay. Am I next to it? Is it next to me?
No, you are in the building. You're about 25. No, you're about 30 feet away from it, but there is a wall in between you.
Oh. Okay.
It has gone to. So you are in Building 1. It is on the far side of the back wall of Building 1, which is still mostly intact, and is standing over Kesh next to the wall. Julio is now standing next to Kesh as well, from the leap. And Julio does not care about the fire because good. For Julio, it feels like a nice warm breeze. You are aware that everybody else is not enjoying it at all. Like Kesh is like, ah, God, finish it, and Julio's like,
As an
"This is
empath,
pleasant.
I
This is
see
nice."
that she's hurt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I have 40 feet as a bear, so
Bear with 40 feet. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Insane.
That's
Like a
not
caterpillar.
I'm going to move around this wall so I have a clear view of the elemental, if need be.
Uh-huh.
But I want to remain at 20 feet.
Yeah.
In fact, I want to remain at 30 feet.
Very well.
And then I was just looking it up. It doesn't say. I don't know if I can lose wild shape for free or not.
Is it a bonus action to not?
Not that I can see. All it says is it's an action to get in. In fact, let me.
Sure, it
hold
must
on. I was
say in
looking-
the book.
no, yes, I was looking at the wrong thing. Yes, it is. It's a bonus action on my turn to revert to normal.
Yeah.
So I do that. I use my bonus action to revert to Eric again, and I use my Thorn Whip to lash out at this. big
Very
wooden
well.
boy.
You are 30 feet away from it. You lash it with your thorn whip.
Yeah.
Whip.
I still have advantage. That's a dirty 20.
Does hit.
Watch him whip.
7 magical slashing damage.
It's magical slashing. Does the trick. Yes, that amount. Very good. It roars in pain. The first time, like, something that looks like it shouldn't do very much damage to it actually looks like it does. Like, the whip wraps around part of it in a way that just simply wouldn't be possible with mist. And where
It
all
has
the
little flowers in it that kind of disappear inside the steam cloud and mingle with the steam cloud, and that seems to be what's doing the damage.
petals. Oh, cool. Love it. Very nice
Nice.
flavor. Cool. Excellent. Kesh, you are up. You are in, actually, the body of the elemental.
I would like to not be in the body of the elemental.
Very well. You can step out of the body of the elemental, probably wise. Who steps out? Kesh steps out
Kesh.
of the body of the elemental, but if you want to use your bow against it, it is disadvantage, because you're in melee with it. But you could still do that because you have advantage from Eric, so it just evens out to flat.
Okay, that's fine then. 'Cause
Punching
I feel-
arrows into this thing.
Yeah, I'll punch an arrow into it from like super short range. And that is a 19.
Does hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kesh.
Oh, whoops, sorry, hit the wrong dice. Ignore
Well,
that.
you're going to roll it twice anyway. 17 as well. 2 hits. 1 assumes.
Nice.
Okay, that is an 8, 14, and then we add 2d6s to this one, which makes it a beautiful total of
23.
23 for the first hit,
And then the second one. Come on, Kesh.
10 on
10.
the dice, and I only get 1d6 on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a 6, so 16 on this.
Another 16. So 16 and 23 is 39 all up in a single round. This is what Kesh is built for.
That's amazing.
Kesh, it had 37 hit points left. How do you do this? Kesh standing right in front of this giant, towering thing. She's like, I don't think you understand. I kill your kind.
And it's like really fast. Like she doesn't even like wait to see what the person does. She's just like bam, bam. And I like to think as it dissipates, like the blast of steam like almost blows her down. And she like stands, she like leans into it, and her tail's just like flapping like crazy.
Wisps and whimpers. Dispersal and demise. I should just go back through chat and take out all of Bishop Blood's suggestions, and that's the title for the next season. The titles, each episode.
All of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kesh, that was dope. I need to stop a couple of the sound effects because the thing roars in surprise, I think, more than anything else, and then dissipates. There is a single foe left. Bennick.
That poor guy.
Oh my god.
What do you
Please.
do?
I shoot him. I shoot him many times.
And Bennick is moving like supernaturally fast. A 13 misses.
That's alright. It's 23.
A 23 doesn't. 23 hits. I mean, you still hit him more times than he's hit anybody. In fairness, he hasn't hurt anyone.
Yeah. And I'm
can
gonna make
actually
sure
let
he
him go.
doesn't hurt anybody ever
6.
again. Ever in his
For
life.
all we know, his heart wasn't in it and he was just pretending.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's my turn.
That is your turn. Thomas is left. Heck, Thomas would have gotten an opportunity attack when it flew away, but I don't think even he's that stupid. So Thomas
he goes
is
to step on his balls.
Yes, he would. And Benna goes, Thomas, I think it is over now.
It is done.
Yeah, he would go over to Benna. He actually takes up position because he is aware that there is still crossbow arrows flying, and he shields her with his body. Then it's Jayla. Jayla has a crossbow. There is
Yes, she
still
does.
one guy with a crossbow, and he has... Actually, it's his turn first. And he would actually hold up the crossbow going, look, I'm actually not sure I even know how this damn thing works.
As arrows are flying past
Yeah,
him, like,
one of
from
them
me.
like hits him in the shoulder. He's like, ah! Can I surrender? I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Yeah. Maybe.
Roll it over.
He drops it like he's like, I'm probably broken anyway.
Sure it is. Yeah, that's why
Bennick's
I'm
other
considered-
arrow hits it and snaps the string. He's like, yeah, all right. And just drops it over the edge outside the wall. He's like, can I lie down? Shall I get down? What do you want? Do you accept his surrender? Jayla. It's your turn
Oh,
next.
Jayla probably does, because like she's at 2 HP. She just doesn't really care about this dude.
Alright, in which case, we need to change the music.
I think Jayla would like at crossbow point just let him come down and like stand over him and the unconscious cultist just to be
cool.
like
We're cool.
looking over the guys. Yeah.
Cool. He pulls the arrow out of his shoulder. Good shot. How do you... I'll ask another time, but maybe you should give me some lessons. Fuck. To Bennick.
I say nothing.
I assumed that was the case. So yes,
Glare at him.
Kesh, make me and Eric as well, and Julio. All three of you are within easy sight of this. Bennick was looking at the other guy. The rest of you were very much focused on the elemental when it died. You can all make me perception checks.
Ooh. Perception.
Ooh.
13.
I'm mid. 13 say also, yeah.
Also 13. Eric, big guns with the 16 with the 9 on the dice. Eric's the one that noticed them then. Not all of this thing dissipated. The eyes that were floating dropped.
Ooh.
One got blown over the wall and the other into the rubble of the chapel.
Okay.
And you know you can make cool shit out of that.
Yeah. I point over the wall in the direction and say, something flew over that way, and I head towards the rubble. I limp towards the rubble.
Wait,
Yeah.
like out of the compound?
Yeah, over the wall.
Oh, yeah, I don't suppose you've got a wall jump left in you, so we don't have to walk all the way around.
Oh, I can do it.
I mean,
Fine.
I can also do it. What is it?
Benek, if you want... Yeah, you've got another 15 odd seconds on this. Benek, if you want, you can make a perception check as well, because you're actually in a position to be able to see where it might have landed.
Ooh.
It's a piece of the elemental.
21.
21.
Benek knows what bits of elemental looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it. There is a bit of grass is smoldering.
Sick. I just go. Whoop, I just
glide.
like leap out. Yeah.
You
Fast glide.
You find.
Fast forward.
And Eric, make me an investigation check if you want to see if you can't find the darn thing.
Sure.
Uh,
I don't suppose I get advantage, do I?
Tell you
I
what,
go
yes,
help
Fairy
because
fire, like,
because the last little wisps of your fairy fire are floating around it, maybe you get advantage.
Well, I'm actually happy to use my inspiration on it.
All right, do that.
Yeah.
It's the end of the season.
Yeah.
Yay. Oh, well, I shouldn't celebrate too soon. But yeah.
Yeah, let's see if this makes any difference. It doesn't. It's worse.
Oh wow.
Sorry.
Okay. No, Eric is having a rough time of it. I think he sort of staggers over to the rubble and just sort of sits down on it, and just goes like, that guy, and kicks the dead body of Styx. That fucking guy. And Michaela comes out, sort of dusting herself off, and walks over to you and plants a cure wounds on you. For 7. I think it's also worthy to note that she's been cure woundsing you all the entire time when she was casting healing magic, and no one stopped me from it not being a touch spell when I was doing that.
You didn't say, you just said heal. I didn't realize it was a cure wounds. I thought it was a...
Oh, you were just getting really overpowered healing words, yeah.
Well, that's all she does, so, you know. Maybe?
Thanks. Could I...
She put a 7 plus 2, so 9.
Fantastic.
Ooh, nice.
If anyone is free and doesn't need any looking after from Michaela, could I get a hand looking through the rubble, please?
I will come and investigate too.
I am not there.
What is it we are looking for? Kesh.
I got a 9!
Yikes.
Julio?
We're all tired. Actually, I'm gonna be a bit of a stinker. I'm not looking for whatever the fuck elemental
Jailer.
dropped. I'm looking for the body of the cleric.
That got tossed out the front wall.
Yeah, so I'm not.
Actually, you know where it is. You know where it is. It's on the roof of her building.
Oh, okay.
It's just
I'm
sort of...
gonna-
The headless body is just sort of on the roof of Building 5.
Yeah. So sucks to be you guys with those roles. I'm not helping. I'm doing my own thing.
Sure.
Kesh, do you tell Benna what you're looking for? Because she asked.
I'm like, it fell from the elemental.
Oh,
So
Thomas.
maybe it'll be probably steaming or smoldering or something.
Thomas, we must look. That could be bad, yes?
Yes. And in the right hands, very helpful.
Oh. Yeah, Kesh and Thomas make investigation checks. To
Right.
assist.
Let's go, angry lad.
Bishop Blood, would you make one for Benna, please? Oh, Kesh done it. 20!
Got a natural
do
20,
one
so
for
please
Thomas.
don't. I got this. Ben has got this.
Do one for
That-
Thomas, Bishop.
Do one for Thomas.
I haven't rolled yet.
Thomas might find something different.
Ah.
This is true.
But yeah, Benna, based on the I don't know why I'm addressing it to Karen. But Benna, based on Karen's description, based on Kesh's description, goes, "Oh, is it perhaps this over here?" And yes, her keen eyes, significantly less battered by combat. Well, the combat was just as battering, but she did the battering. Notice the thing. It is basically it's next to the rock she was about to yeet. And it's just a smaller rock, and she had already examined it for yeeting purposes, and then she's like, wait, this was not here before, and finds finds it and picks up and goes, this is not nice. It's very, very hot. You'll be able to tell from her reaction.
But
she would have dropped it.
I've been able to hold these hot things before.
Mm-hmm.
Unless something has changed.
Unless it's a different kind of thing. Eric, it is crystalline and sort of grey-blue. It's sort of a grey-blue crystal about the size of your fist. And within it you can see like light blue firefly sort of embers floating around. And Bennick, you can see that as well, because I know I said Eric, I said Bennick, but I meant Eric. But also Bennick can see that as well.
Yeah,
you
cool,
both
thanks,
can, because
Josh.
you both find the two things. You both find the other one. You find yours as well. That's really cool.
Yeah, cool.
Do you bring it inside, Bennick?
Yeah, that is my name, yes. Hello, I am Bennick.
The names don't help me at all. I'm looking at them.
Actually written down this grade.
I bring it in. I still have fire resist.
As
from
you
my
come in
thingy.
through the door, you slow down a lot.
Yeah.
And then you wake back up again.
Wow.
Yeah. These steam gems could be used for a spa day.
That's a good last episode.
Solid
Anime
plan.
beach episode.
Yeah.
Spa episode.
Yeah.
Would be
I now have a
good.
vivid
Can
mental
I-
image of Eric in a mankini.
Well,
Can I
I'm concerned
inspect-
why that was first.
Yeah.
Okay. As beautiful as the conversation about bikini and Eric is, can I inspect the body of the cleric?
Please do. You jump up on the roof and inspect the body of the cleric. Yeah, make me an investigation check.
I will. Oh, I also suck, by the way. Hey, hello.
Yeah,
I
you were
suck.
roasting the rose.
Well,
Yeah, my name is Hubris. Hello.
hubris switchgear.
That sounds kind of cool, by the way.
Yeah. I think, yes, it's his old nickname. Yeah. There isn't... it's pretty gory. It's pretty unpleasant. What you did to her and then being thrown a decent distance by a powerful elemental. Yeah. This was... the body has not survived the trip in a good state. And taking the head off, actually, I'll tell you for free, caused the bit of the body that was holding on the interesting thing to be separated from the rest of the body.
Damn it. It's fine. I still have my cool papers. Oh, by the way, while Eric and the rest are sitting and chatting, probably taking their breath, I will come down and show them the papers I found.
Oh, sure, yeah. You remove them from your skirt.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Julio's been dressed.
I forgot I'm still in this
Yeah,
guy.
been dressed as a woman the entire time, yeah.
Yep.
And Jayla's been up for it, yeah. She may not have realized.
Hey, it's still a little bit of Pride Month left, okay?
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
making.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
judging on it. We've
Last
got
hours of
less,
Pride Month.
little under 3 hours left. I don't want to spoil it at this point. No judgment at all. So, yeah, just amusing.
Yeah, I found a little secret compartment while you guys were in the prison.
Oh, excellent.
Oh.
Can I have a look at these papers? Can I examine these papers?
Bishop Blood is actually a third. It's 4 episodes Julio's been cross-dressing.
It's very appropriate, you know? It's felt right.
Yeah, a whole of Pride Month. 4
Yeah,
weeks.
actually, dead set. It has been the entire Pride Month.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's going to be my favourite moment for Dario.
Favorite chat moment, certainly. Nice.
He will retire to be a drag queen.
I'm imagining now with a massive wig instead of his...
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Instead of the eye patch, it's a bang.
Yeah.
Yes. Also,
Yeah.
question: does anyone in this world, apart from Julio, has wigs? Because he might be like starting a trend. He might do. Like,
It has to be
front.
somewhere that he acquired
Yes.
the idea.
Yeah, like somewhere not in the Humblewood.
Yeah, it's probably
he brought
across
it.
the oceans.
As a community that's had a lot of trouble with like fire elementals, I imagine a lot of people had like singed bald patches.
Yeah.
Imagine it starts a little market, to cover up your little burn.
But what about the birds? They would need like a feathered merkin.
Yep. I mean, that's also good. But honestly, the patches, the wigs for drag queen Humblewood residents, he can do it all.
Amazing. Yeah. So when he retires from this adventuring life, he becomes a wig maker in the Humblewood. I love it. I love it hard. Okay. Yeah, you get down off the roof and you show your friends your pieces of paper. Because you're like, I don't want to go digging around in that. And it's like pancaked on the roof. So yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Who's pancake on the roof?
Cleric. Yeah. Is
pancake or no?
Is Bennick hungry?
No, she's a bitch. Fuck off.
Oh, you don't eat nasty people. Omi was here.
I didn't say that.
Valiant Odyssey, that's super wholesome. Thank you, Valiant Odyssey. Yeah, cool. So yes, you do that. Basically, the scene is yours. What goes down?
Kesh would like to look at these papers and see if she can piece together what the hell was going on here.
Benna will ask Jayla, who has received some healing as well. Max. So 10 points of healing from Michaela. She says, Jayla, would you kindly go down and tell the others we freed to come back up here? I believe there is food and so forth. Maybe medical attention could be provided to them and Thomas here. He is badly hurt. I'm fine.
He will do that.
Thomas, you're clearly not fine, but I appreciate, you pushing through it. You're visibly swaying.
Where's that Vlad fellow? Anyone seen him?
It is entirely possible that Vlad went running the first chance he got. But I did see him take a tower first. His freeing was not without its use. But that one we are probably better off without.
Look, I'm far too tired to go chase him down right now, so I'm happy for that to be a future problem.
I doubt he will stay in the wood after all of this. He has someone else's problem now.
Good
And
for
that
them.
one is
Yeah.
just a problem waiting to happen to someone. Kesh, when you and your companions are done, I would not mind a debriefing.
Yes, of course. Of course. I'm hoping, and I kind of gesture the pile of paperwork, I might find a few of the answers we're missing in there somewhere.
Well then, I will take charge of rounding things up. We have a couple of prisoners. This is good. How much they
Yes.
can tell us, I don't know. But I leave you to yours. Your team
Thank you, Jen.
is impressive. Mr.
Thank
Shuttlemalt, Mr. Switchgear, Bennick. And she takes her leave of the 4 of you. And gathers her followers and goes back down into the delve and yeah.
I'll
This is
kind of
awkward. This isn't what I do in I'm not like part of your team though.
Well, I
Should we tell her?
What do you mean?
Well, it's not like you hired me or anything.
No, but you're
I also
definitely.
wasn't hired.
Who's getting paid?
Really?
Yeah, we don't get paid here, actually.
Well, hard to say at this point, given that we've been betrayed by everyone.
I mean,
Kesh could hire you,
I mean,
technically.
technically, I can hire you.
payment aside, I mean,
I'm sure there's some decent loot in here.
you were the one who came to us with this, and we've been helping each other the whole time. If that doesn't make us a team, I don't know what does.
Oh, I guess that is the. Well, it's more like I went to your team to get help.
We
I
like
guess.
combine forces to,
Sure.
more effectively manage the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
Sure.
getting a little fist bump.
It's so awkward. I'm like, nah.
Eric is going to, while this is happening, gonna limp out of the building and find Styx's body and double check that A,
He is definitely dead.
definitely dead,
Yeah.
and B, if he had anything of use on him.
You royally fucked this guy up. And the final explosion singed all of the feathers off the front half of his body. There is a lot of bits of like hedge spines sticking out of him, like half a dozen or so. In like a normal being would have been killed a dozen times over from the damage this guy took. This mountain of singed, partially cooked flesh is dead. Lying next to it is a +1 magic mace.
I'm just going to pick that up, thank you.
Pretty good.
If you want to make an
you used the
investigation
broomstick.
check. You didn't! No one has.
It
It has
isn't.
been in the
It isn't.
game for 15 sessions. No one has
Listen,
ever used the
that's-
goddamn
That's
boomstick.
the Chekhov's gun, but also not because it doesn't really get into play.
This guy's super
'cause
Kentucky
it'll-
Fried Chicken.
Because it'll be
Kentucky
next
Fried
season.
Yeah, I thought about it, but honestly, it's probably fire damage. Why would I waste it here, you know?
Yeah.
It's gonna
recall-
The
be-
cultist is what you do.
Pretty sure it's fire damage, yeah. But there was a whole 2 fights you had in this place that weren't against
Listen,
something with an
it's
immunity to fire.
suspense. It's
Yeah, no,
suspense, okay? The
yeah.
longer we wait, the better it will be.
Save it for
Yeah,
the cultist.
I appreciate this choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
When it finally gets used, it's gonna.
But it's
pop
not a
off.
one-use thing. You can reload it.
Well, that
It's
would-
like,
that
I don't
would
want to
lose
use this
all
expendable
sense of
munition. It's not
drama.
expendable. It's like using an arrow. It's
Anyway,
So
I
what's
rolled
gonna
a
happen?
4 on
We're
my
gonna
investigation
eventually
check.
shoot it at
yeah,
something.
you don't
and
find
figure
anything
it
else
out.
of interest. He may not have had anything else of interest on him. Basically, he has an extremely worn suit of leather armor, and that's it.
Yeah. I'm gonna come back
The
in.
mace, I want to be clear, the mace is a two-handed great mace. It is like... It is functionally, it is like mechanically, it is a mace, but it is not a mace that a normal size being could utilize. Eric is
Okay.
quite big. Eric could probably heft it
I'm gonna
without
drag it back in.
disadvantage. But currently, I don't even know if Eric is proficient with maces.
Probably not.
I believe technically it is a simple weapon, so actually you probably are.
Okay. I drag it back in and I say, I found this on the Strig's body. I don't know if what we can really
nice.
do with.
Oh, yeah,
Sounds
do you
like I got a
need
turn
help
here.
with that? do you need help with that?
It's more of a plot device than a weapon now. Yes.
Well, look, we can decide if we want to do anything with it later. I drop it and the handle just like shudders against the ground.
If anything, Eric, it occurs to you that such a weapon would probably be worth a couple of 100 gold pieces, so
Yeah.
there's your payment for the session right there.
Nice.
The issue is getting it back, but yeah.
Can it be like melted down into a cool +1 rapier?
No.
Let me take out one of the spikes. There you go.
Yeah, there you are.
I think
+1 dagger. Yeah.
We could make so many +1 daggers like this.
I wonder if I can just get the teleportarium to be like, hey, just take this. Just like
Dance rapier.
FedEx the mace.
Did I actually pick up the eye, or did we just kind of?
Did you?
It? Yeah, I would have tried.
I would say it does. I'm not going to have it hurt you, but it burns you to the point of that's really uncomfortable to touch. Whether or not it's literally just been come out of the thing, though.
Yeah.
You gotta let it cool off.
I still have mine.
Yeah, yours is sort of clenched in your claws, and it's hurt. It's very difficult to hold. You are resistant to fire damage, however, so yeah, you can put it down without. I will say you can handle it without injury, but it is uncomfortable. You have to hot potato it in your claws to get it inside.
I wonder if they have finished building Helvig. Maybe he needs one of these.
Oh, how cool would that be? You could inset them where his nipples are.
They finished already.
Yeah. Nice little nipple piercing.
Perpetually steaming nipples.
Hope is no longer ablaze. Jeez. And goes, swoops down and just holds it in her claw.
Cool. Yeah. She does that. She really likes it.
Cool.
She pecks at it, and
Tell you what, I get
every
the
time
metal
she does,
nest
she
out.
flares.
I get the metal nest out, and
She picks it up and puts it in the nest.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then she goes to Bennick and tries to pick the other one up. Like,
Hey.
I'll take it. Give it here. Give it here. She clearly wants to put it in her nest. If you are like, no, mine, and she'll fly back and sit in the nest on it like she's incubating an egg.
And pouting, probably.
Yeah, she is not up. She's not aggressive with Bennick, but she's not like, you may have given me this nest, but I want that thing. I want that thing. The thing you have.
I want the thing.
Yeah.
Don't make me eat it. I will.
Oh, don't do that.
Don't do that.
I will die.
How internal is your shield?
Oh, it's all external. Imagine not being able to eat.
Kesh, what did Julio find?
Lots of paperwork is what Julio found.
Yes. Do you want to investigate that paperwork?
I do very much.
I have answers.
Can I
If there's
sit-
lots...
Dirty
gonna-
20.
Hell yes.
Okay. The information Julio found is mostly requisition orders to be sent to Alderheart. But a decent investigation check, like a dirty 20, will notice that these are in the same format as Wildwood Brigade uses. Julio, however, wouldn't know that. Kesh, however, definitely would, and would also know that the Perch Guard uses the exact same forms. Mostly because the Wildwood Brigade doesn't really have paperwork, so everything they've taken is basically just copied straight from the Perch Guard. They didn't have time to come up with their own bureaucracy. Most of it would be written by Amelia, and you would know that because it's been signed in a good number of places. You figure out what her handwriting looks like fairly quickly and easily. But a few things aren't. There is a couple of communique written in a very firm and uneducated hand, which seems to be addressed to underlings and are waiting sending. You could probably take a stab at whose those are. It's all pretty standard stuff you would expect to find for people running a prison, but the noteworthy thing is that they seem to be preparing to hold them for a while. A doctor is requested in one, as several prisoners are ill and in need of assistance beyond the magical. The secret stuff in the drawer that Julio found, however, is more juicy. There are letters from various people, either to Amelia, but a few at the bottom were addressed to someone called Hume. Huyme. Hume. These are instructions and news on the cult's doings. Veiled references to various people being involved in some way or another, or newly inducted, though no names. almost no names are mentioned. One letter does state specific annoyance at the continued reticence of the speaker. Others are information that a new prisoner is incoming. The handwriting. Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to give you that one without further stuff. So yeah, that is the information you get.
Who is the current speaker of the council?
Yes. Beta. Council speaker Beta.
Are they
Reticence is reluctance, Valiant Odyssey. She is birdfolk. All the council people are birdfolk. She is a luma, a peacock-looking luma.
Right.
The fact that she was singled out implies that the rest of the council is on board.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Bastards. Right.
But maybe we can contact her. Maybe persuade her to, be a mole. You know.
Maybe.
Is there anything that hints at other locations that are involved in this?
I would just answer Valiant Odyssey quickly. The animal races are all from the Humblewood. The Humblewood is a setting by the Hit Point Press. I ran a game in it originally. It was the campaign book that they sent. I basically ran in full, but we have progressed the world along significantly from there. So all the races are races true to that book. There are 10 in all, with 6 sub-races. So yes, all of those are there. There is a second book coming out. Hope that answers your question. Yes, it is a Kickstarter, and there is a second one starting next week. So if you're into this world, and they're doing that. It's good. I've run more than 60 sessions in this world now. It's quite fun, and we have progressed the story well beyond the original. Yes, so, any specific references to other places? No.
So...
There is intimations in various, organizations and there is a couple of references to other places in Alderheart, but nothing specific that would give a location.
By the way, Julio, while we were in the prison proper, the warden there essentially confirmed Larimar's involvement.
Oh, what did they say?
Kesh was pretty good at manipulating the information.
Basically, we asked outright why they were charmed, and they kind of resisted. And so I just kind of went for it. It's it's Larimar, isn't it? I knew it, and they didn't say it wasn't. So we're taking
it. He commended you on a good guess and said it was a good thing that you'd been locked up.
Joke's on him, I suppose.
That was what he said. Yeah.
Wait, so we have letters that were made to look like Larimar's handwriting, but Larimar is actually in it.
I mean, it could be, how sometimes they'll get an underling to write the letter as them because they don't have time. So they might have...
Are any of the letters here connected to their handwriting?
I would like to have a look. Are any
me too.
Here to
Please
be in
do.
Larimar's handwriting, forged or otherwise?
Please
Yeah.
do.
You scatter these papers on the floor and...
Well, several of the other buildings are still standing. If you want to be indoors, the building 2 essentially has a large table up the center that was used for gatherings. I figure you probably go in there. You've got the 2 prisoners in a corner, so you can easily watch them. And you spread them out. This can either be you can do it individually, or one of you can do it with the help action from the other.
And what check would it be?
Investigation, I think, is what we normally call it, to examine.
I have a +2. Does anyone have better than +2?
I have a +2, so I will help you.
Investigation.
I have a +4.
Oh.
I have +3.
The trick is, I don't know about I think Kesh and Eric did it the first time. This is that they're the ones that have been doing this sort of ongoing checking of the handwriting. Julio can definitely help, but as in,
Actually, I'll leave it to them. They know more about conspiracies and writing. You said that there are prisoners that we have here.
Yes.
Which, by my count, should be 3. The boy from the kitchen should be there as well, right?
Yes, the little boy from the kitchen has been brought up, or will be being brought up. Yes.
Right. So while
In the
they are
tar pit.
comparing, no, while they're comparing, I'm just gonna like check in on the prisoners.
Michael.
And stuff.
His name was the little one. Yes, there's Michael. Giselle is a Luma. She's one of the other acolyte who surrendered to Benisaridan. And the chap in the tower identifies himself as Varney.
There's Nikolai as well from the prison.
Oh, yes, of
Surrendered.
course. Yes. So you have four
Right.
captives.
Excellent. Cool. Well, should I roll the investigation with advantage then?
Please do.
That is 16.
16. The handwriting varies. Obviously, like a lot of it is Armelia. You can guess some of it is Styx. Not a lot, but some. But in the secret stuff, the stuff that's coming in, a lot of the letters, some of it matches the writing that was in the letter to Scops.
The fake Larimar writing.
There is also not fake Larimar writing.
There's real Larimar writing?
Yes.
I'll
As
kind of
in,
separate.
you have a sample of what you know Larimar's handwriting looks like. Some of this is that.
Right.
Some of it is made to look like that.
Cool. I will separate those ones out. So
Or
we
is
have
at least very similar. You have inferred that it is made to look like that. Yeah. It does. It has the feel of somebody who is trying to mimic the same handwriting. I think Karen is. Karen's frozen. I think.
Yeah.
Well, this could be a good place to take a little break and then come back.
Well,
Yeah.
it could be, but we're actually only about half an hour away from the end of the
Am I
stream.
back?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. And Daria has to sort of jet. So, I think the first thing I do need to tell you is you all level up.
Yay.
Also, I don't have to jet just now. Oh no.
No.
Maybe she's resetting.
She might be. Well, Daria, if we want to take a quick short little break, we can finish this up, and yeah, you tell me when you have to leave. There we go. That's better. Don't know what happened there.
Am I back?
Yes.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah. So on this long rest, you will all be leveling up, which is exciting. To level 7. You have overtaken the other party.
Oh my goodness.
They're taking a vacay.
Yeah. Don't worry, Kesh will catch up. Trish will catch up very soon. But we'll go for a quick break. Couple of minutes just to stretch our legs. Be back. Finish off this finale. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll be back 5 at the most. See you in a minute, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Vast ahoy and g'day once again to you, mateys. We be back for more Humblewood. How exciting. So, Celestra, good to see ya. Yeah, a tiny bit. You missed the tail end of the boss fight at the end of the season finale, but we are now dealing with the aftermath of that. So, yeah, Julio, you were wanting to talk to the prisoners that you guys captured. We have Michael, the little Luma boy. We have Nikolai, who was a Gallus, which is a rooster folk. There is Varney Goshawk, his name is. He's a raptor. And he was the one in the tower who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn door with his crossbow. And Giselle, a little Luma girl.
All bird folk, yeah?
All bird folk.
Okay. Well, before I chat with them, did Kesh and Eric want to do anything else with the letters?
I mean,
Throw them in the air.
One other thing that I would like to try is just examining the contents of the forged letters to see if the MO matches up with the other letters. Like, if the content of those matches the content in these secret, despicable letters, or whether I can sense a different kind of intent.
Oh, right. No. These are the same. It's coming from the same organization. Like, it could be entirely believable that it is the same person. Drunk robo battles are the best robo battles. I'd agree with that. Yeah. I think he's just tied it back, Celestra. Drink and drive mechs?
Does it seem like the writing might look a bit off because she was under the influence of something or not in her right mind?
Ooh. Make an insight check. The DC is quite high, but an insight check. Good question.
Daria, I see you teasing me.
The stream can't see. I'm so
listen.
sad.
If we don't want her to meow, I need to keep her busy. That's what this is for.
15.
It's amazing.
15.
It's working on me too. I'm very distracted.
Yes, it works.
You've actually derailed the whole 15. You wouldn't say you don't think so. Is basically all I could give you, really. It's really hard to infer that from writing.
Yeah, it was a long shot.
Without a degree in cryptography or whatever it is that you to analyze handwriting, it's definitely
I'll
not
work on
cryptography.
that before next season.
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Hey, Jack, good to see you. So yes, that is what you do. Bennick, what are you doing while Julio is going to investigate these prisoners? You hanging out with Julio? You doing anything else? You are very intimidating.
Nope.
We can play good cop, bad cop.
No, because then I might kill them.
That is true. It's a risk.
Varney's trying to not... Varney is not making eye contact with Bennick either. He's like, I'm just gonna... Look at the wall. The wall's nice. Look at the nice wall. There we are.
He tries to distract himself by kind of repeatedly, ritually casting detect magic and walking around the place to see if we missed anything.
The chapel is deeply, deeply magical and full of magical things.
Wow. Like, including, like, the walls that's now, like, crumbled over.
The walls, not so much, but the floor, a lot, and several of the items within are magic or have very magical residue. Bennick is a
It's based
vulture.
on an Egyptian vulture.
Yes.
If you want to look it up. They're really cute.
They are super cute.
Yeah, cool. I also just glance over at the documents to make sure they're all non-magical.
The documents are not magical, no.
Great. Yeah, he just kind of walks around almost like a man possessed.
Alrighty. With advantage,
Bennick,
roll me
see-
investigation.
See if that priest had anything magical on her.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's on the
sure.
roof.
Yes. Climb a
You-
tower and be like, glide down.
Probably look at in her building as well. In her study, in her house.
Yes,
So
yes,
in the chapel, the floor itself has a heavy-duty magical residue. Make me a religion check as well in there.
Oh god. This is how I'm gonna be like, now you're a bird called Convert 8.
No. Yeah. You don't. It's definitely. It's religious magic. It's not your field. You didn't study clericry at all. It is taught at the Avium. It's not the best place to... It's one of the few things that isn't the best place to learn at the Avium. That's not correct English, but yeah, there are better places to learn being a cleric than the wizard school. A seminary would probably be the best place. But yeah, it is not your specialty. You don't know enough about it. But so yeah, all of the lines in the floor have been filled with a nasty sort of viscous fluid. It is, now that the roof's been blown off the building, and it's easy to tell its color, the color of scabs, like dried blood. It is not dry, however. It is wet.
Oh.
But with the viscosity of, say, honey.
Oh. I resist the urge to take a taste. Fuck it, I take a taste. I can't do it. I can't resist the urge. -1 wisdom, let's fucking go.
You're teleported back to the fire plane.
Oh no!
Brendan,
Why does everything teleport me to the fire plane?
Because, okay, this is actually a deeply, deeply important question. There are 2 places that are full of where you could get just a little nibble, a little taste of this. There are 2 things in this room that are full of it. There's a couple of jugs, one of which was scattered all over the floor, but the other girl, Giselle, put hers down very sensibly on the altar. It is still full of this magical blood-like substance. The other sort of things in the room that contain any of this left over at all are runes on the floor.
Oh. Don't do it.
That opened a portal to the fireplane, and you know that.
Is it still active? I mean, I do know that. Last time I didn't know that. But
it is not still active.
Lick the runes.
Lick them.
Nah.
No, never lick the runes.
Never lick the runes.
Whatever you do, never
Take care,
lick the
Lizelle.
runes.
Thanks
Yes.
for joining us, my dear.
They told me enough to not do that shit in
Again.
the AVM, and unless it's in an emergency, because I tried to dispel it. I'm not doing that. Just licking.
Yeah.
I do try and take a sample like out of the rune. Let's see if it comes off,
It does.
and then do that. Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
compare it to the non-magical thing. Do they taste different at all?
the non-magical thing?
I thought there was a thing in the
Oh, the
vase.
jar, the vase is that's also magical. Sorry, yes. That all of the
okay.
fluid is magical.
Okay. I compared them anyway because I don't know if there's like
Okay.
this one's activated blood, charcoal activated blood.
Not a vampire, more of a cannibal. Yeah.
I clean up.
Yes, he's a janitor.
It's very an important place
Clinic.
in nature.
Con save.
Sure.
Oh no.
Sure. Oh, cool. Another 8. The lucky number. Lucky
Okay.
number 8.
Um,
Nom nom nom.
wisdom save as well, please. Then.
Oh god. Full
Life
throat.
teaches us nothing.
Full throat dot time.
Yes, obviously, yeah.
Natural 1.
God damn it, Betty.
I'm going to come back to Bennick.
Oh, good.
That's the
a good
worst answer.
sign.
Next season.
We're fucked.
Probably.
Fucked, you guys.
Imagine. Oh my god.
So,
Anyway. Well,
so Julio, I'm sorry, I skipped right past you. Yeah, you talk to the kids and the not kids.
I try to now focus on that. Yes.
Sure. Not knowing what Bennick's doing. He's been walking around outside for about 10-15 minutes, so a bit's happened since then. The guys have
Yeah.
investigated the paperwork. Julio's having chats with the prisoners.
And I assume we have enough time for a short rest
Sure.
during this time.
Yeah.
So I will use my chef feat for special food. As a part of short rest, you can cook special food for 7 creatures.
Yep.
At the end of short rest, they can use 1d8 to add to their HP pool.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna give 4 treats to each of the
The prisoners.
prisoners. I'll give
Right.
each, and I will just sit down across from them, like a cool youth counselor style,
So you turn a chair around, you sit on it Riker style.
Yes. I'm going to tell you a story. No. So Julio will sit down and say, so guys, this is very awkward, I think for both you and for me. But, well, I think you see what's really happening here. You were working for pretty shitty people who imprison a lot of folks and don't really care about you either. So I really hope that we can see each other eye to eye on this. And I mean, if you can help us figure out what's going on, it would be very good and maybe save some folks.
Okay. Yeah. Varney would come in first on that and say, yeah, look, I was just hired to be a guard. That sounds all good and reasonable to me. Look, yeah. So I don't know anything about the prison, or I've never even been down. I see people coming in, obviously, but I don't really know what they do down there. It's a job, and it's actually kind of seemed legit, to be honest, because I got the impression, the clergy were involved, and they don't tend to touch things that aren't nice. But we were hired, and I was like, well, it's a bit weird, we're criminals, but yeah, that's good. Like, we get to turn a new leaf, and Styx, he was in bed literally with the priest lady, and that was all good. And I was like, okay, well, and he'd taken the religion. Styx had been like, oh yeah, no, he'd been pushing us to sit in on service and so forth, which was all right. I didn't understand much, I'll be honest. But it all seemed a bit hocus pocus. But I've never been one for religion. But yeah, and yeah, look, if you're telling me they were bad, look, it probably, I mean, what with the whole elemental, whatever that thing was, I didn't think that was supposed to happen. And you guys didn't do that because you were fighting it, which means that they did, which feels a bit odd, really. Everything feels off, I'll give you that, absolutely. I wish I could tell you more, and should I stop or should I keep talking? I don't really know. I
see that you're trying to be helpful, which is very nice. Thank you for that as well. You were with the 6th Alley crew, right?
That's yeah. No, not those. Breakers, darling, breakers.
Breakers. Okay. Can you tell us who is in charge of the breakers? Because I assume
Styx.
they were approached.
The
okay.
massive mound of corpse flesh outside.
Okay.
Impressive,
okay.
by the way. That guy's terrifying. I am impressed.
Oh yeah, we had to kill him like 4 times. Kind of tedious. Anyway, did Styx ever talk about a guy called Humes?
Humes. Oh yeah, no. Humes was before Amelia, the priest lady. Humes ran this joint.
And who's Humes?
He's a strig bloke.
He's also a part of the cult, I assume.
If that's what they are, he's a priest. I don't know about a cult.
Well, and I turn to Giselle.
Because I got the impression they're all like priests of Titan.
Well, I turn to Giselle, who was working in the temple, and say, well, Giselle, you remember Humes probably, yes? He was one of the priests?
I didn't. I came out here with Amelia.
So they changed the entire group. Well, what were your responsibilities when you worked with Amelia?
Like holding stuff during ceremonies and cleaning, like junior priest stuff. I don't really know a lot. So when she told me to be careful with the jars full of the stuff, and we poured it on the floor, she said it was a ritual, and I thought I was really excited because then I'd get to see one of the rituals of the priesthood, and I was excited for that. and she gulps because she found the whole business terrifying. And she and Michael, for very different reasons, are both in a state of shock. Like PTSD a little bit. Like, wow, a lot just happened in front of me, including some pretty vicious murder. She saw a friend of hers decapitated by an angry servant generalwoman. Yeah.
Yeah. Giselle, if you don't mind me asking, what was this liquid that you had to be careful with?
I don't know what it started out as.
Huh? But, like, say someone ingested now, what would happen?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know what it does, except magic. It does magic. So eating it might be like eating magic. So anything could happen.
Okay.
Can I get a D100 rolled in chat, please?
Oh, no.
69, eh?
69.
Let's hope for 69.
36.
Ooh.
Bishop Blood was fast as well. Well done, thank you. Cool. 36 it is. Interesting. Just have to find a chart. Because I genuinely didn't think you'd be stupid enough to do that twice.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Valid. It's that one. There we go. And a D20 as well. Omi, a D20, please. 93 is good though. I'll take 93 as an alternate if the 36 is really bad. 93 is amazing.
Okay.
Good.
Is it for you or for us?
I think it's for Josh.
From whose perspective?
It's my
No,
gift
it's
to Josh.
generally
it sounds
just
like.
amazing. It's generally just
Okay.
amazing. 36 is what though?
This is going to be the wild magic table, right?
It
Maybe.
feels like it.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe.
And a D20.
It's
Oh,
blood.
a D20
Blood.
for some
What can
reason.
it do?
Num 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 num.
I eat blood all the time.
With a fucking spoon, he's out there just gorging on the shit.
Not blood that's just been used in a ritual to open a portal to another dimension and bring the
Yeah, that
regarding
burns
steam
people who
thing.
touch
Oh,
it.
Mrs. Cannon, I'm
How
calling
else
that.
are you gonna
All right,
know?
Bishop Blood. Then
Take-
you roll a D20 because I need both. I'll take Omi's. 36 is rubbish anyway.
Damn.
Although that's the middle one was funny. The middle one would have been very funny.
A D20, Bishop.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
The 97. Now I'm curious. It's
How many of
97.
us die, yeah? Out of 20.
You go into the fire plane.
12.
Like, fuck.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Amazing. That's exactly what I wanted.
Ooh,
Thank you.
DM said.
I never like it when Josh is happy. Take that out of
Yeah,
context.
when the master's happy, something's happening.
Yeah,
okay,
something's
I know
Before
nothing.
Where the
misery,
smiling
Josh.
DM?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know nothing.
You know
So
nothing.
I
Yeah.
will-
She says magic stuff will probably happen.
Magic, sure. Nikolai and Michael, you guys were here when Humes came in, right?
I was, yes, says Nikolai.
Right. Did you?
Humes didn't have any acolytes out here with him.
So he just like set the place up and left.
He ran it for a little while when we've had the first sort of half dozen prisoners, and it didn't take too many people to look after it. But yeah, when Amelia came out, we were expanding the operation a bit, and so we needed other people to help out. And basically, the acolytes fetch and carry, do the cooking. In Michael's case.
Right. And Nikolai, I'm certainly not judging.
Good.
But yeah, the prison stuff, right? Seems kind of like a bad look. Like, what are you guys doing with all those people? Why are you putting them over a tar pit? And
Would you prefer we
keeping
killed
for
them?
Weeks? No, I would prefer that you did not keep people in prison. Like, what was the
So
point?
the
Do you
people
know?
down there, look, I don't have all the answers for you. But the people in charge know that those people down there have the potential to cause serious problems during a period that we do not want problems caused in. But they don't want them dead. They're not bad people, for the most part. I think Vlad is an absolute piece of work. But most of them, not bad people. But we don't want them to get hurt. However, the instructions very clearly were given. Look, honestly, if it looks like looks like they might get out, then yeah, we do what we have to do. We don't want to kill them, but look, if it's a choice between that and possible failure because of these people's involvement, for the good of the organization we are doing, and basically, I don't think you fully understand. We are literally on a mission from God.
Okay.
That's
So
only
this
cool
one
when
is
the
interesting.
Blues Brothers say it.
Yeah. So let's zero in on that bit a little bit. What exactly is your mission?
Titan has given us this task to
What's the task?
purify things.
Purify. Hey guys! Come over for a sec. They say the mission is to purify things. Do you know anything about that?
Are you talking to us? I
Yes,
guess we're in the
yes.
same room,
I think
right?
Julio is,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
He's only about 20 feet away from you all.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not a huge
I'm
building.
equipped to deal with missions from God, so I'll refer to you guys on this one.
Who, according to your god, would be considered impure, I suppose.
No. Organizational structures. Birds should be in charge, as ordained by the Amaranthines.
Oh, good.
Is that my understanding of being?
That
the
is
most
definitely not
Yeah.
that is definitely not like the general given teachings. No. Not standard theology, no.
We're just talking to Masons right now, yeah.
This is a particular cult of Titan, apparently.
Okay, look, there are so many verses that I could quote to you that I had to memorize by rote in Bible study, which I really don't have the time. This is absurd. Who preaches this purification?
Them
please?
who have met the Amaranthine in question.
Is that even possible?
Yes. Bennick
And-
has met an Amaranthine and therefore can confirm.
I'm not there, I'm eating blood.
You're eating blood, yes. And who
Bennick-
told us that?
Bennick, yeah, it's deeply unpleasant. It burns down all the way down your throat to your gullet, but nothing appears to happen.
Well, that's
Now I'm
definitely
an
a
extra
trap.
consent, yes.
Something definitely
but you do hear. Well, the thing that does happen is you hear Furious Ra in your head. It is loud to the point of difficult to concentrate on stuff.
How good be I go to a tower and sit and watch the sun. Not directly because that blinds me, and I have some wisdom.
Wow, what a nice song.
Ah!
You reminded me, I start singing one of the Psalms of Titan that I was taught, which preaches the love of all creatures.
Yeah.
love
Definitely
that
wouldn't have been taught anyway.
Jack O'Brien, as a
Okay.
Titan worshipper, I'm getting a little Jimmy Rustled.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I know.
We ever met?
Jack is going to be playing Smoothie, the Titan worshipper, on Monday nights.
Yep. We're gonna
the-
have questions.
a cleric of Titan. He selected that god himself. I had nothing to do with it. I am so happy.
Oh, okay. Lore question: Amaranthine are just all the gods, yes?
Yes, there are sort of two tiers of them. Titon and Ardea are the primary two, sort of mother and father god. Then there are 10 below them. Basically, one for each race of the Humblewood. There are more. There are just 10 that are worshipped within the Humblewood with any degree of regularity at all. They are all... the others, however, were all mortal. And ascended to godhood.
Would I know, being a person who knows something about other planes, would I know that the Amaranthine are essentially light elementals?
No. Because they're not.
So life elementals.
Yeah, some inhabit the plane of life. Most do. But they aren't elementals. No. They are higher beings. There is elementals of life, but they aren't life elementals.
Yeah. My point being that if you can get to the fire plane, you can get to the plane of life.
You can definitely get to the plane of life and meet deities. Yeah.
Yeah.
There isn't heavenly realms in this particular Palinar universe.
Yeah. As much as I hate to say it, it is somewhat feasible that someone has met with Titon.
Loads have.
Who has met with Titon?
Amelia had.
Did you say that though, or did you have any proof?
I mean, what proof can you have of I met a god? You know, I believe
doesn't have a huge standing when it comes to most religions, let alone a cult like this.
We don't like the word. I mean, look, we don't use the word cult our own selves, but
yes, no one in a cult does. It's kind of part of the problem. It's denial. You're trying to purify a system because God told you to. What does that make you if not a cult, my friend?
Well, the thing is, like, yes, I haven't met the deity in person, but I trust the people who have. And it goes counter to your best interests as far as you see them, so I can understand why you wouldn't like that idea and would be disdainful of it, cynical, sure. But for me, it's not, like, the trick is with faith is the gods exist. We know this. So I'm not actually taking this on nearly as much of a sort of a wing and a prayer as you seem to think I am.
No, I'm merely... Never mind. Why am I arguing with someone who's in a cult? That
Exactly.
works.
We can go back and forth arguing the semantics of cult and religion. The point here is there is something insidious happening under the guise of something else. So tell me this then. If you feel that this holy mission is just and correct, then why are members of the Council of Alderheart performing this mission behind closed doors under the guise of other things? Why aren't they loudly and proudly declaring their...
Python came down and told us how to fix everything.
their holy mission?
Because of the way you guys are reacting right now.
He's got a point.
Well, listen, I love myself some Titan, okay? If there was like a genuine good thing going on, I would join you guys. But I've been working for people who, misuse the trust of people under them, and I don't question Titan. I question those folks that put people like Michael and Giselle, who not even adults yet, into places with great danger and prisons. That just doesn't strike me as a good thing.
Well, the junior they're in the priesthood. We didn't put them in danger. They're actually out here well defended. You guys are professionals at this. And you snuck in. You didn't just storm the place. We weren't putting them in the firing line as far as we can concern. But also look, as you said,
guys.
I didn't say that. But
all
you're
our
saying
fault.
you're blaming me for putting them in the line of fire when you're the ones pulling the trigger.
No, we're not blaming you. We're blaming the higher ups, the people who make you all believe that shit.
Chief, we're not getting anywhere. Do we need any tangible information from this lot?
Oh,
Other than what exactly they're
Well-
trying to achieve.
yeah. What's the goal? Like, what's the high, like, shining little bright light at the end of the tunnel? How does that look?
What does your perfect cult world look like?
It's not him pausing, it's Josh trying to, like, phrase it properly. He says, if I was to put it in a sentence, I don't actually... The bird folk must rule.
Is this Nikolai?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's an adult,
Listen.
if that helps.
Sorry?
He's an adult, if that helps.
Nikolai, I know that you have some sense and some sense of self-preservation because given the choice, you decided to take the sensible option and surrender to us while your friend Samantha did not. And she seemed like a zealous nut. So I know that there's some sense there. Listen,
I felt the possible gain outweighed the possible loss.
we need to know who is involved in this so that we can speak to them ourselves and potentially get the message of Titan ourselves. And if that happens, then by G, we'll join you in this crusade to purify the world. But we're not going to be able to help if we can't speak to the people who can give us that access.
So if Titan if Titan came down and told you, no, this is what the Amaranthines want, you actually would roll over and allow it. You, Eric Shadowmole. Actually, he doesn't know your name, but, like, you would... Actually, he would say, you, Kesh Glitterweave, would be okay with that?
Depends how persuasive he is, really.
Oh, so the Amaranthine, the father of night, the father god, would have to convince you.
Well, there's lots of gods, so, you know.
He says, unfortunately, well, fortunately, sort of, there's a small amount of satisfaction for me in that, as you have observed, we are operating in the shadows. We're very dark and mysterious, and I genuinely don't know very many people above me that I could name to help you. I will tell you the ones I know. Most of them are dead, though.
Go for it. I get some paper out, a book out. And
Yeah,
a quill.
a fair number of them are ones you've either killed or already had listed. Yeah. He does name... it possibly is interesting to you. He names a single person called Fell, who was a nasty piece of work that you met. He mentions Samson. He, of course, says Hume. He says there are, I don't know very many names. We deliberately avoid names. On a
what
casual
about
basis.
locations? Are there any other prisons like this one?
Again, it's all very compartmentalized. If there is, I probably wouldn't know. I don't
Where
know.
were you posted before here?
Older, but posted is the wrong word. I was inducted there. I've been a member of the priesthood for a while. I am a priest, actually. I was a member of the priesthood before I was awakened to the light. Or darkness, actually.
Do you know where the doctrination happens?
Yes, there's a Make me a persuasion check, because he doesn't say yes. Make me a persuasion check.
I really wish I still had my inspiration.
Am I able to assist? Because
Yeah.
I was so kind and gave them food.
I would say it's with advantage, yeah. He's tied up. He's been nicely fed. He hasn't lied to you yet, or not that you've asked.
11.
11.
That's with advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He... he says there's several churches across Alderheart. Small places. Not very obvious, not super notable. A church
Across
of...
Alderheart or across the wood?
They're pretty much all centered in Alderheart. I mean, that's where the governance happens. I think there's one out Brackenmill ways. It's probably like a small amount of worshippers, followers in every major settlement.
How long has this been going on?
I actually have no idea. I've been involved, and I can tell you only that it's been going on at least as long as I've been involved, and that's about 9 months now.
Once.
Who do you know who's been involved the longest?
That would be Hume, I would have thought. Hume is
He's
an
not here.
older... Yeah, he was the previous warden, if you will. And he... actually, that being said, Rolf, he'd been involved a long time. He was the one who got me in.
Is Hume the leader of this sect of yours?
I don't think so. Certainly he deferred to other people.
That name fell that was mentioned. Did we ever meet that person?
You never met a fell, but it was described to you. Kiara described a pair of people, both of whom referred to themselves as fell.
That's weird. Okay.
Yeah. And he says Hume, Strigg, and describes him. He says there was also a priest in Alderheart. He was very important. Yeah. The rest I can do some descriptions, but it probably won't get you very far. But I can if you like.
Well, tell me this. Is there any, like, a secret handshake or little password that you guys use in the wild to say, I'm one of us? Hail Titan.
Yeah, no, we normally just well, okay, it's a bit complicated. It's hard to demonstrate sitting down, but you instead of, as you go for a handshake, you instead miss, and you go past, and you grab onto each other's ankles, and then you hop up and down 3 times.
Yeah, you're fucking Mimi. I know.
Yes. No, we don't have a secret handshake.
Just so I remind you, you're still a prisoner, okay? Don't
Yeah.
piss me off.
I walk out of the building and I look around for Bennick.
Bennick is sitting in the
Still
tower.
drinking blood.
Still drinking
Oh,
blood.
I'm at the tower now.
Spoon.
Yeah, Bennick's up in the tower now.
Like a
I'm
Tupperware
lying
full
down,
of
so it's
blood
hard
with
to
him.
see from the thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go up to him and climb the tower. Does he, by his demeanor, does he look okay?
He's got heartburn, nothing worse, really. Brendan, make me a perception check. Or nature.
Oh,
If you roll
okay.
nature, you can have advantage.
Ooh, yep, that's a 23.
Woo.
Oh.
Nicely done.
See, there isn't a huge amount of difference between males and females with birds and bird folk. But Eric, now, can see that Bennick looks distinctly feminine.
Oh, good.
On Pride Month. Let's go.
On Pride Month, let's
It's amazing.
Bennick?
Yeah. He's lying down, like, gazing towards the sky.
The voice is about an octave higher.
Cool.
You, Bennick, do not hear this. You sound normal
Oh.
to you.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why? No, I'm not fine, but sure, like, it's too much.
Yeah, I had come just to let you know that it looks like we're probably coming towards the end of our interrogation of these cultists, if you wanted to ask any questions before someone gets pissed off. But what have you been doing?
No, that's okay. Can you repeat the question again? I can't hear well.
Oh.
Oh, make another
like-
wisdom save as well.
Or
Yep, no. You can't hear well.
Would you like to interrogate one of the cultists?
oh no. I mean, like, what's gonna happen? I'm just gonna argue with them.
I just thought maybe you had some different questions, but if you don't, then that's okay.
How are you?
Well, I just found out that there is an indoctrination center in my family's residence, or at least in our town,
Oh,
which is probably not a coincidence.
right. Sorry.
No, I had been thinking along these lines for a while now anyway.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot that I'm now starting to mentally unpack now that I'm no longer fighting for my life. Alright, well, if you're happy staying out here, I'll let the others know.
Sure. Not that you're not gonna do it or anything, but don't taste the blood. It sucks.
Yeah. By the way, sorry, you didn't. You asked, and I never told you. It doesn't taste like blood.
It tastes like garbage.
yeah.
Absolute trash.
It tastes like tar.
Ugh, it tastes like tar.
Yeah, well, thank you for that piece of intel. I will pass that on.
Great.
If
I'll
if
be
you need
here.
anything, you let me know, yeah?
Sure. Thanks. I appreciate that. And same, I guess, for you to me as well. For everyone else. Well, what I can to help anyway. Just, I don't know.
The blood. I wasn't going to say anything because I thought maybe you'd done this to yourself. But
Yeah?
I should at least. Do you feel any different physically?
No. Like
Because-
heartburn.
Yeah.
It sucked. The blood sucked. Absolute trash.
Yeah. Maybe I will keep that in mind for future when I see blood. And
Well, not
I-
all blood. That one was particularly magical. And I thought,
Check
you
not all
know,
blood.
whatever.
Yeah,
I eat things all the time, like raw things. What's like
Yes.
no big?
No. Just blood in suspicious magic jars, I will think twice before consuming.
Great.
I think you're female.
Pardon?
You look and sound more feminine than you were before. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think that maybe the blood did this to you. I don't know. I don't think you did this on purpose, but I just wanted to check in with you.
Hold on, wait. You're saying before or now?
Right now.
Okay.
If you check in with yourself.
Insult to my pride or anything before. You're just bringing it up right now.
Yeah, no. The last time I saw you, you didn't look like this.
You look down, Bennick. You don't look any different to you.
I don't look any different.
Eric, he definitely does.
I don't want to get into pointing at the feminine parts of his body, so...
No.
Look.
There's probably a mirror around here, or a reflective surface.
The pool of blood from the other guy I killed.
If you find a reflective surface, however, Bennick, yeah, you do.
Sure, I try and find it, because...
I'm
just gonna be like, you're crazy.
In Armelia's house, you
What a
find a
shit
small
joke.
mirror, and yeah, you look girly.
Whoa. I've dragged Eric for this. Because I'm like, I'm gonna go get a mirror, and then you're gonna see. No, never mind, I take it all back. Wow, that's not what I look like.
Omi, I don't think any characters in this world are breasted.
Too late, we made it canon. In chat.
No.
Birds particularly.
Yeah.
This is what I mean when I was like, yeah, more feminine. Longer eyelashes, essentially. There's a bow in your hair now.
It was the pheromone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to remind you I'm married, so,
Yeah. I wasn't getting any
that's it.
ideas.
I'm trying to lighten up the mood. I don't know how to take the news, to be honest.
No, look, this is something that I'm sure is reversible.
Probably.
And-
I don't look like it. Well, to me, specifically. I don't have to clarify, you know that.
Yeah. Look, obviously, if you want help reversing this, then I will be more than happy to help you. And if you don't, then that's fine too. Of our group, you and I are probably the best equipped to try to reverse this, but it's gonna have to wait until at least tomorrow, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'll try tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And if not, well, I mean, it's not really that bad. Is it gonna be that bad? Oh no.
No, I don't think it's that bad.
The only thing
I
I'm
think it
gonna
could be a lot worse. I just, like I said, I wasn't gonna say anything, but it seems like this wasn't your choice.
No, it wasn't.
It was directly caused by something that was his choice, though. I want that to be clear.
Yeah, but I didn't choose to look like anyway. God.
It was Omi's choice.
Well, I'm going to go and rejoin the others before somebody loses their life. Oh, by the way, they've told us that they are following the word of Titon, who members of their cult have met in person, and has told them that the world needs to be purified, and that bird folk need to be the ones in charge. Just to recap you. Let's go!
But at the same time... Okay. Yeah, inside, Benaceridon... I was going to do something much worse, but then Daria basically suggested rolling on the magic table, and I was like, "That's better. I like that idea more."
What have you done to me?
and then when we did, and Omi rolled that, I was just like, "Amazing!" I have my own wild magic table,
Gotcha.
it has 3 times as many options, and yeah, the nuisance on 93 is you appear to be the opposite gender for 1 week.
Well, I don't know the time.
But you don't know the time.
Well, you get your free trial of mansplaining and casual sexism, and then you're done. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, you get to experience that.
If anything, it'll be
wow,
like a
my wife. Holy.
You don't need to worry about laying eggs.
Yeah.
Or tending the nest.
Yeah.
My favorite story about penguins is the penguins in Edinburgh Zoo, because it's the Adam Hill story. It's like how do you tell the difference? Can you tell the difference between a male penguin and a female penguin? Neither can most male penguins, and penguins mate for life. And there is a gay couple of penguins up at Edinburgh Zoo, and when all the other penguins mated, often penguins have multiple births, or have multiple eggs, but it's very difficult for penguins to look after more than one egg at a time, so a lot of them die often. But in zoos, obviously, they're incubators and so forth, so they had a bunch of spares, and these two gay couple penguin had a rock, because they were like, well, we want something to sit on. So they were taking it in turns. They were being super great parents, and but to this rock. So they subbed the rock out for an egg and gave them an actual egg to raise, and they did a super lovely job. And the punchline of the joke, and it's a lovely punchline, is that the only difference between that little baby penguin and all the others is that one was slightly better dressed.
I love that, though.
It's such a cute story. Anyway. Bene Sheridan comes in and says, Kesh, could I trouble you for a recap on current events? Obviously, I have been out of it for some time now. We must decide our next move.
Yes, of course. And I will give her a brief rundown of what we know about the cult, about who we think is involved, and
all the names.
as much as that. Yeah,
Ooh.
the names that we've been given, if any of them mean anything to her.
Yeah. A few eyebrows are raised throughout the conversation. A couple of Larimer. She is not strong enough in the council to do this alone, though.
Well, they mentioned the speaker.
Sounds good that the speaker does not sound like she is involved, though.
Possibly
If
they're
she is
trying
being
to...
reticent. They are trying to, perhaps she knows. But the good thing about a cult is no one knows about it until they have already said yes to it, I think. But perhaps the cause is not lost yet, or they would not make a move, so they would make a brazen one. They are still operating in the shadows. You think they sent you out here to kill you off?
Oh, well, they wanted to capture me.
Good.
I
What
presume
about your
kill
friends?
Well, that was unclear, so possibly kill, possibly capture. I don't know if they knew Bennick was with us, though. I'm pretty sure they didn't know Bennick was with us.
So how came Bennick to be here then?
Bennick would probably be the best one to explain that, but...
She's busy.
Essentially, they got sent a letter telling them about this place. And that they should...
Sorry, I'm reading Omi's thing. We're off to kill the council, the council, the council. We're off to kill the council. Somebody should call Trish.
Trish, we have to go kill the council.
You know how you're murdering people who don't really deserve it? Maybe you should kill the council.
I mean, they're costed her. They deserve it.
They
It's
really
entrapment. It definitely was not. Sorry. She says, but why did he come? How did he find out about this? Because you did not know about it.
Well, he was sent a letter. Did
By?
Bennick tell us who sent the letter?
I think so, yeah. By who?
Yeah, because they definitely prefaced the whole
Yes.
freak out.
Yeah.
Oh,
We even discussed that person.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Kral.
I'm having a
Kral.
total... Kral, thank you. I was having a total blank on the name. I'm like, I know who I'm thinking of, and I can't remember it.
Yeah.
Well, it was Kral. Kral sent Bennick a letter telling him that this place existed and there were people here who needed to be liberated. How Kral knows this place exists and needed to be liberated would be...
Benna's demeanor immediately changes.
I feel like you might have something to add to that bit of the puzzle, maybe?
Kesh, I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. I am not so idealistic as to think that the council were 100% to be trusted. Kral and I worked together a long time. He was to be the insurance policy. If all was good, then he would fade away and no need be brought back. He wanted nothing more to do with the council anyway. But he was there as a backstop, keeping his ear to the ground. I hoped he would not be needed, I really did. I did not tell you, I did not think. I honestly did think we had made changes. Good was coming. So it did not seem any need for it. By the time the arrangement between him and myself, I didn't see any need to tell you. But he got wind of this somehow. Probably, I mean, the man has very nasty contacts. I don't like the fact that I work with the guy, but he's very useful. If this is something Kral has uncovered, then he and I must talk. I have a job for you, Kesh, if you'll take one from me.
Okay.
I want to
You might
be
have
clear.
to tell me what it is first.
Kesh, I need you to go back to Alderheart and rouse the brigade. I am afeared that a war is coming.
Rouse them to do what?
Leave.
Leave.
They are placing people in charge, placing people to take the Wildbird Brigade away from our control, which means they fear our control. They wanted you captured, they wanted me captured, which we should take as a great compliment. They fear us. They don't want us involved. They don't think they could achieve their aims without with our involvement. If we are players on the field, they worry about us, which means if we are on the field, Kral should probably be watching his back. They locked up people for a lot less. Some of them downstairs were assisting the bandit coalition on the quiet. Others, I suspect, were suspected of it, although hilariously they weren't before. My request to you is go back, claim your leadership, and then, knowing that the orders come from General Sheridan, and there is no mistake here, lead them away from Alderheart. I will return to the crest, see to it that Shyla does the same in her district, for they will no doubt try to replace her as well.
Could I roll insight?
Sure. To what end?
Is she being 100% honest with me?
About?
What she's asking me to do?
Yes. 19, yes.
Don't do that. Y'all saw that, didn't you?
Stinky.
You rolled something and smiled. What happened?
I rolled a natural 20.
Turned into a man.
Really squeezing the last out of Pride Month, like
Yeah, just a little bit left. Come on.
No, I rolled a nat 20. Just out of curiosity to see if she could lie to you. She could, but she isn't. And if she is, you'll never know. Well, you will when it comes back to bite you in season 5 or whatever. But yeah, no, Kesh, you believe Benna is being 100% truthful with you.
Right.
She didn't lie to you in the first place about Kral. She just didn't tell you about him something, and not because she didn't trust you. I think more because she was ashamed. In fact, I'll give you that from the inside. She was ashamed of not having told you. But also she didn't tell you because she didn't want to sour the potential for what the Wildwood Brigade could be with planning for its failure, which is essentially what her relationship with Kral was.
Yep. She didn't want it to go sideways, but it has.
But she did plan for it to do so. A foolish leader doesn't plan for things going wrong. Kral is my emergency backup plan.
Question, and I almost hesitate to put the prospect into words. What if they don't follow me?
Some won't. Probably not many, though.
Right.
And that is their choice.
And what about their new fellow?
I don't know this, Niels. But you said he seemed a reasonable fellow. I am not suggesting that you neutralize him, unless he is a problem.
Well, he's not
Kesh,
a problem
I want to be
yet.
clear. I don't want a war. I think one is coming. I think you have told me a bunch of things, and she also asked a few questions with Thomas standing behind her and got the same answers. No, she didn't get any more information, but yeah, the same answers were given. She is fully cognizant of the conversation Julio, all the useful stuff the conversation of Julio revealed. And she says, from what I have heard, a war is coming, one we did not pick, but a one that the humble folk particularly will suffer during. And whilst I do not think all bird folk are involved in this, some are. I don't believe an Amaranthine wants this. Or if they do, there is more to it. There are 12 Amaranthines we worship here, and one of them, they are not saying they are doing this for the Pantheon, they are doing this for Titan.
Yes.
But there are other beings out there.
Right.
Kesh, you know that Benesaridan's mother was a very famous seeress, prophetess, and priest.
Right.
Who was killed in the fires as the Scorched Grove expanded. And it's why Benna has such a chip on her shoulder about the council, because her mother warned the council that the fires would come. She could see the future. She knew exactly what was coming. She told them, and they did nothing.
Bastards.
Demons, Omi.
Where do you want me to take them?
The crest. It's ours, it always has been, it always will be.
Very well. Anything else you want me to do while I'm there?
Kesh, you have proved yourself to be a very capable and competent commander. I don't know the lay of the land in Alderheart, so from this I ask only you do what you think is right.
Guess I'll figure that out on the way.
I'm sorry, I cannot give you better advice, my friend. I'm proud of you, if that helps.
Thank you.
That mace, can Thomas have it? He likes it.
I don't think anyone else had any particular claim on it, so I don't think anyone's going to fight him for it.
It's probably for the best for them.
They'll get hit in the head with it.
And I think we might leave it there.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
We'll let Kesh decide what she does next season. Because that is the end of Season 2 of Humblewood of Monsters and Magic.
Ooh, yay! That's so cool.
A full 60 episodes of seasons of Humblewood. And 6 canon 2-shots and 1-shots. 66. All up. Amazing. Yeah. So, guys, we should probably talk about some favourite moments. And I'm going to change the music to something a little less gloomy than Ghost Ship. Is the piece of music that's currently playing. Stop it. Stop the music.
There is a very fun tripod song called Ghost Ship.
Epic space combat music. No, that's too big. It's too exciting. I'm looking for more like Avernus Rock. It's also rather
While
pumped
you're
up.
doing this, can I have a question? So you
Yes.
said there are a few different gods, and I remember a few sessions back you asked like, who would you guys worship, right? Does that mean that we can like procure help? From, like, people we worship?
Not particularly, but there is an element of there is one Amaranthine for every race in the Humblewood, plus the 2 mother and father gods. It's generally assumed, unless you specifically state otherwise, that most people just worship the deity of their particular breed. So in Julio's case, it would be Gaspard, the Gerbine Amaranthine, who's really cool and has appeared a lot in the series. He's the Amaranthine Bennett has met.
Oh, fog. Because I was about to ask, like, can my G Gaspard help us out?
Yeah. Mighty Gaspard is very busy currently helping Jude
He's
Littlefoot.
very busy.
Yeah, man.
Very busy man.
Squeeze us in, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
His schedule's full. I'd be like, saving
Yeah,
the world.
later.
That does does.
But the Amaranthine of Corvum is called Gesme, and Gesme carries a burning branch, and she flew to the sun. Was her feat of endurance and strength, and brought back a burning branch from the sun and gifted it to Ardea. And Ardea was like, "That was dope, man," and raised her to godhood. And that's how the Amaranthines became Amaranthines. They did something that nobody else could.
What did Gaspard do?
I don't actually recall all of them. In fact, I think... Yeah, the Amaranthine of Mapatch is called Hath, and he is a bit of a trickster, bit of a not as nice an Amaranthine. There was actually there was a question in chat, and it wasn't a bad one. Chaotic Platypus, I love it because you're there in chat, but you're just sitting and enjoying. Thank you so much for joining us for season 2 as well. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, mate. Somebody asked about demons in the Humblewood. There are demonic entities, but they don't inhabit lower planes. They're just sort of evil. And the difference between a demon and an angel is really just alignment. And particularly in this world, there are fallen angels, there are actual angels. They are called Astorials. And they are sort of lesser, consider the sort of 3 tiers of deity. There is the Mother and Father God, then the general Amaranthine layer, which is they are deities, and then there are demigods, which are the Amaranthines, the Astorials.
Astorials.
Yeah. And Bennick has also met an Astorial. In fact, no, Bernick hasn't directly interfaced, hasn't directly spoken with the Nestorial, but has seen the Eye of One. Helvig has, yeah. Dan has. So yeah, there's
All
that.
of my characters still don't trust the bitch.
as you should not. She was an Amaranthine of Gesme. I can't remember the name of the Raptor Amaranthine. But yeah.
Altus? Because all I know is
Altus is the Strig one.
Both of my characters follow Altus.
I believe it's Rhea. Thank you very much.
There you go. Rare it is. Yes, well done.
Oh.
I just opened
Smashed Google there, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Rare is the one. Yeah. I remember Children, who is the Luma one. And Children is a pair. Then there is, Kren,
We're
the god
debating
of
so hard.
Volpin. Anyway,
Yeah.
you're the one who has to leave. So, shall we do favourite moments? Daria Smash. Well, given Daria's silliness, yes, Daria, favourite moments, favourite Daria moments. Let's start with Daria. Last time for the season, Hath was able to pants all the other gods without being noticed, and that's why they ascended. Love it.
Look, I have a Julio moment.
Excellent.
Um,
yes.
I think Julio did a great job of leading the interrogation of the prisoners.
Yeah.
We kind of jumped in, Kesh and I kind of jumped in at one point, but Julio got the majority of the information and buttered them up. So, yeah, I thought that was a neat little scene while Kesh and Eric were looking at handwriting.
But to be fair, you didn't really jump in. I called you over, guys, because I was very awkward about talking to all of them at once without you guys there. And also, this is more of a wheelhouse for Kesh and Eric, for sure.
Friends and flatulence. My favourite Julio was leaping through, necking the fire immunity potion, and then just my shit's not magic, but I am, and just starts leaping through this elemental, just swiping away at it with his rapier. I really thought it was such a cool image, just bouncing around, fucking Super Marioing it around the place.
I'm trying to recall the goof that I really liked, but I should have written it down. It's gone now, so I'll go with my second Daria goof today, and that was like the, oh no, I'm being roasted.
Yes, on one of those trips through the elemental. Yeah, absolutely. Cloacas and confusion. I love that currently 2 of the party are cross-dressing.
It is what it is.
It is very much, as you say, what it is.
Eric is feeling unusually masculine at the moment.
Not for another week. Or tomorrow.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I did write down another Daria goof. If there's time for it. I liked the line about Styx. Had to kill him 4 times. It was kind of tedious.
Hurtful. Karen, do you have a favourite Daria moment?
I'm trying to think of anything but cloacas and confusion. To be honest, I'm struggling.
It's
My
really
brain
hard to
just
get your brain
has
off
that on a
that.
loop now.
Damn you, chat.
Damn you, chat.
Cock blocking my compliments, how dare.
Well, Daria, do you have a favourite self moment?
Oh boy, do I. No, yeah, I really enjoyed anime slice and dice of the cleric. Because Hulu always knows who to go for when they're fighting. So he's like ninjaing about. It was cool. It was fun.
Yeah, that was very cool.
If I could be cheeky, my favorite Daria was Daria just cheekily waving her laser against the wall to distract her cat while actually nothing was happening.
Yep. So if I leave my mic unmuted, you will sooner or later hear her meowing to the side.
Yeah, I do.
So...
I've heard it. Yeah. So I also really enjoyed. Yeah, I for the last 3 sessions, I've really enjoyed you shipping yourself. That's been very good. Alrighty. Yes. Next, who should we talk about? Let's say Eric. Favorite Brendan moments.
I'll come in straight away, dragging the mace. Boom.
What?
Dragging
What
the
now?
mace. The whole.
Dragging
like,
the mace.
The
Oh,
whole,
dragging the mace, yeah.
Yeah, the garage whole bit, like, epic.
Yeah, that was fun.
I
That was
also
very good.
enjoyed putting the elemental's eyes into Hope's nest. Well, one of them.
Yeah.
That's
Putting
mine.
one of the eyes into
That's
Hope's
so
nest.
sweet.
And Hope's just
Solid,
apparently
definitely
just
don't
chilling
leave
on
it there.
Yeah, I really liked how like genuinely like distraught and like thoughtful Eric is once he realizes that his family is like definitely 100% connected to the cult. Like it's no maybes anymore. This shit's just got real. I liked it.
Yeah, yeah. I loved the conversation between Bennick and Eric. My favorite bit of it was that Eric was like, I'm just gonna leave that. That looks like something he might have done to her. He is a wizard. He might have done that to himself. And if she has, that's fine, and that's her choice. I'm not even going to mention it. That's totally cool. You know what? I am going to ask.
It was only because Benny
No, but-
mentioned, hey,
The
don't
blood
try the
thing.
blood.
Definitely
Yeah.
don't drink the magical blood. It's weird, and it's not blood. Yeah. No, I loved that, and I loved the reasoning behind the change on the. I was like, you know what? No, I will ask because you did say that, and that's off. I'll just be honest. It's weird.
Yes. I enjoyed all of those moments that you mentioned. My favorite moment that hasn't been mentioned yet is my strats of using my last spell slot to get the fairy fire on
Good.
the two big bads, and then struggling to keep concentration.
You got it though.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
I was
much,
like,
Danny.
I need to turn into a bear. I've got to wait like 12 turns till my next one. But yeah.
Hell
no.
yes.
Very solid. Cool. Excellent. Well, shall we talk about Karen?
Ooh.
Oh, can I start? The
Please
fucking
do.
Casual 39 damage on that motherfucker. Just 39 in a round. Here you go. The DPS is
What's
real.
cool about it is that it's consistent. It's not like I'm just like that was on the higher end of what was possible. You did roll quite well, but I was just like that is when Kesh has got all of her stuff on and all brought to bear on one person. She's perfect for boss fights because thanks for the advantage because I can just reliably just keep doing this with a +8. When you're right up close to it, I will tell you, sneak peek behind the DM screen, the thing got harder to hit the further away you are. Because it's misty. So its AC increases the further away you are.
Cool.
So it was 20 feet or further made it harder to hit. But it was a 13 up close, a 15 over 20 feet, and over 50 feet it's 18. But no one ever attacked it at more than 30 feet. So, yeah. But yeah,
That's cool.
I thought it was neat. So yes, Kesh just standing right next to it and like, this is, let's keep going. I need to roll a 4 to miss. And it makes sense because it's this towering cloud. So yeah, that was very, very cool. I liked piggybacking on that. Kesh's like, nah, I'm doing this. Like it was so very boss response to. It's like, nope, this is me. This is what I do. This is Kesh. Elementals don't defeat me. And a nod to the no, I'm not going to spend my. As I was suggesting, you cast Hunter's Mark again, and you're like, no, I'm going to keep that last spell slot. I might need it. I'm like, nope, that's a very valid choice. I didn't know how many you had left, and I was like, nope, sensible. Other folks.
Like, now I'll just kill that guy instead. I'll just kill that guy.
I have another, but I'm going to wait until the end.
Yeah, I'll wait for Brendan because
Okay.
mine's low hanging. So
I had a low hanging. I like it. I had a couple things, but the one that I'm gonna go with was Karen choosing for Benna whether or not to kill the girl who was surrendering. Where you really left it in Karen's hands, and I think Karen really reasoned it out, and that was a very cool little moment.
Definitely made the right choice, I think. But yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. Dan?
My favorite moment that I will mention is both of them. Both of your how do you want to do these? They're very descriptive, especially like the whole like, yes, she just like stands there when the steam elemental like explodes and the tail's like, I love the smell of exploding elemental in the morning. I loved
that was cool. Very cool.
And honorable mention to I felt the weight of responsibility during your scene with Benna
at the end. Yeah.
That
was what I was going to mention. Was my other one was that scene. I genuinely felt like Benna felt bad asking. She didn't feel bad asking initially, but yeah, by the end of it, she was like, "I'm sorry, I have to ask this of you." Because she knows she's sending you into danger.
But the closer we are to danger, the further we are from harm.
Is what stupid people think, yeah.
If by stupid people you mean, one of
the
the
Hobbits.
greatest characters in cinematic history.
That doesn't make any sense to me, but then again, you are very small.
War with the epitome of evil by being high all the time. You gotta respect the hustle there.
Right. Karen, favourite self moment?
I kind of have done all my moments, really. Trying to think of anything that you guys haven't already said.
Sultry voice.
Yeah, sultry COVID voice.
The sultry COVID voice.
Hell yes.
All right.
Flagging, guys. I'm gonna go lie down.
It's okay. Let's talk about Dan then.
Oh, Dan.
Oh,
It's
Dan.
me.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, Dan.
I'm gonna lick the blood and we're like, no, why? Why would you ingest?
There's other ways of determining that. You have detect magic on.
It doesn't tell me anything.
It's in your
It's
mouth.
not identify. I just know it's
The
magic.
best part.
I think
Best
you made
way.
the right choice.
Oh, I do too.
He made the
Thank you.
correct choice for his character, but
And he said, I will restrain myself. No, I won't. That was just so good. Like the second of
This
hesitation.
is definitely what Bennett would have done. Is like, I shouldn't. I will.
just chilling on a tower with beautiful.
Looking up at the sky like, I'm high. I'm actually high on that blood. Hey, you look like a girl. You what now? My favorite Dan moment was that part of that conversation, particularly are you insulting my masculinity? Just going full jock on there. It was like, bitch, what?
I mean, yeah, a reminder to everyone that he's a jock.
Yeah. Which Dan plays upsettingly well.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, what are you talking about? Look at him. He's totally a jock.
I disagree.
I bet he dominates on the AFL field.
Yeah, exactly.
What
I read that crack, and now I'm going to find out that Dan does actually play AFL.
What is that?
Australian rules football.
League.
Ah, I see. So I don't need to know. No,
It's
no.
like soccer, but
I
way
like
more
soccer.
interesting. Yeah, goals happen once every 5 minutes rather than maybe once a match.
And you
Oh,
are
that's
allowed to
pretty good.
tackle your opponents to the ground violently.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid between soccer and rugby,
Rugby.
yeah.
But with more cocaine.
but a lot more
Yeah.
cocaine.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
significantly less well-paid people.
I had a few things. I did like the dab when Josh said, like, we're changing let's have a change of tone or a change of pace. Like, a split second. But I liked how you subtly changed your characterization when Josh said that Bennett appeared as female.
Yeah.
The way you held your physicality and
You raised your voice.
Spoke, was seamless. So that was cool. And I really enjoyed that conversation.
Thanks.
Yeah. And working out how he dealt with that new information. He's like, no, I'm okay with it. I don't know if I am actually. I'm trying to be okay with it. Because it's totally cool. And I'm not actually physically changed, so it's just a thing. It's just a thing, and I can deal with it tomorrow, probably. And but also, really, I actually am a dude, bro.
But madly,
Yeah.
I'm married. My wife might not like this. I'm not sure I'm married. I'm very confused.
That's my
It seems like I'm married.
Yeah, you said I'm married. I'm like, I'm not interested.
just point it out, you know.
Don't put it out. Oh, right, I see. Any other favorite Dan moments?
Is it my turn now?
I think it might be.
It's just kind of like a wild rush. Yeah. Just the whole looking like a woman bit, mainly because not like specifically how he's digesting the information, like
All the blood.
on that level, or the blood, digesting the blood, heartburn, sick. It's more like what he thinks is happening, so that's why he's like. I think there's a lot of mental gymnastics I had to like do. There's like when Josh was like, "Here's this new information, and here's how Eric's delivering it," and being like, "How the fuck? how do they take it?" And
I did toss around just he got sent to the fire plane by eating the blood.
he's like, "Fuck."
It would have been really good because no one else was around either, so Bennett just disappears.
Yep.
He can survive
The
there.
last we've seen him.
He's got the necklace, but
I'm gonna have to like wait
It's
and
still
be like,
annoying,
"Hey."
though. It's an inconvenience. Him just popping up to the fire whenever he fucking feels like it.
and like
Yeah,
Eric
he comes
Eric
back
is
in.
there. There's a summoning circle. You could get there.
In like a month, he's coming back in flip-flops and a pina colada in his hand. We're dealing with a civil war. He's just chilling out there.
He's like,
Yeah,
yeah, you guys have fun.
I have
I
my
like how the
mental
options
Crocs on.
are go back to Older Heart and deal with like a potential civil war. Go to the fire plane.
Yep.
I'll go to the fire plane, thanks.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
get the man, you know.
It's the meme of the car and then like the drive. He like hard turn
Yeah,
towards the
he
fire
comes
plane.
back. We're like all grey from stress, and he's like, I've been exploring my feminine side. I've been like in nature, in the fire plane. Fucking hippie. I hate him.
Let's see what the wife thinks about it. She's probably into it, to be honest.
All right. Cool. Well,
DM times.
Yeah,
Yes.
DM time.
Damn times.
I suppose it is.
Suppose
Can I
it.
say that I really enjoyed how Nikolai talked to us, the fucking cultist. He was like, "Listen, the god told us, you know, seems pretty good. Like you don't know anything," and we're like, "Yeah, you know, right? What we don't. That's true." And he had this conversation with us. I'm like, "We're still talking to a cultist, by the way."
But I think I made he made a good point though. Like he's just
Yeah.
like, but you
But he
know,
did. That's
try
why
and
it's
see it from my
annoying. That's-
perspective. Yeah.
I have to come in with Styx 4.0.
Was it
Especially
4?
he
Did he get
likes-
rezzed 4 times? I'm pretty sure it was only twice.
We stopped keeping track after the third time.
It's like 10 at
It,
this
wa-
point.
it was
I think it was
rapid
twice.
retelling, and in a
It
couple of
was
years
twice.
he'll have been brought back 12 times.
Pretty sure it was only twice. It was when she ran across the courtyard in the first place, and then when she gets levitated up, she goes, "Styx, wake up!" A second time. And that's basically all he got. I think he only got twice, but it was still irritating, I'm sure.
How much healing did he get the first time? Because that was lost.
It was about 45.
Wow.
Wow, that is a lot. But specifically your little like celebration of like, I get to do stuff with this belly.
Genuinely did not expect to have another round with Styx. The healing was it was a spell that could either affect multiple people for a small amount or one person for a lot, and rolled quite well. And it's a specific to this cult spell, FYI.
And normally Titan worshippers don't get it.
No,
Looks at
maybe, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Only the cool Titan worshippers.
Yeah.
cool scratched out cult.
Yeah.
Only the cool cultists get that shit.
Cool. Yes. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, I'll go because there's awkward silence. Mine was the Benner's delivery of the plot hook for next season. I say that quite, simplistically, but it was cool. It was really interesting seeing her kind of puzzle out what needed to happen next, and that being quite a Kesh specific conversation. Eric will definitely have words to say about it when he finds out.
Kesh and I imagine Eric and Julio were there.
Oh, well, that's...
in the background, hearing that conversation, not necessarily part of it, but she wouldn't have hidden it from you, nor would she have wanted to... She would have... you guys are part of Kesh's team. She has seen that. She is respectful of that bond. She doesn't know quite how long Bennick has been around for, but she definitely has seen that the four of you work really well together. She isn't going to want to break that up. She is assuming you two at least will be going with Kesh.
We were out doing other things. We'll figure that out and kind of have that conversation next season. But yeah, that was a very cool way of delivering that exposition, and it was a cool moment.
Daria, we have had a comment from Omi in chat. She's upset about it. Daria doesn't like other people, and I was naughty of me. I shouldn't have done it. Daria does not like unfinished work being shown, and I shouldn't have shown everybody. I didn't. Okay. In fairness, I didn't know that Daria didn't like that. But
yeah, it's fine. It's not done yet. Look at it when it's done. Use your peepers then.
Typical artist. Typical artist.
It's like mind wipe.
Yeah.
Don't deceive me all my stuff until it's perfect, okay? That's all I ask.
Don't perceive me.
I do.
Barovia's Titan worship might be way off. Yeah, that's true. You've been in a bubble dimension for a while. Karen, favorite me moment?
I really loved kind of interacting with the steam elemental and how it was kind of this dog digging its claws into me. Yeah, I really liked that as like a creature to fight, and the way it responded to us and kind of its attacks. And I love hearing that detail that it was harder to hit the further away it was.
I really wanted to get it into the game.
I'm sorry.
You kept elemental blocking me.
Josh.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it's happened now.
Dispel the summoning this time.
Nope. Busy fighting that one guy.
Give someone else to use it.
Oh,
Nothing
I don't
ever
do the
goes
same
to
gag
waste.
again. Do a different gag. Do a new thing. I've got all the notes, though. I probably have to publish a book of Josh's own compendium to weird, wacky monsters he's made. I came up with a new idea, but I'm not going to tell. I'm going to say it's called an inkling. And I'm not going to tell you any more about it. It's just I'm like, when I heard that name, I was like, oh, I know exactly what that is. I have a very clear mental image of the creature that is. Yeah.
Yeah, but dude.
Yeah, is it a kid or is it a squid?
No. That's not what I'm thinking of.
Now?
No, I didn't play Splatoon. Yeah. But anyway, my favorite me moment, I loved getting to drop Sheridan's, Benner's relationship with Kral that has continued. That thing underlying everything has been going since then. That started 4 seasons ago.
Yeah.
The split between Benner and Kral happened at the end of season 1.
Yeah.
Kral has been a baddie for a while, but I've always been Team Kral. He's not a bad guy. He does some very nasty things, but he's not actually a bad man. He is chronically misunderstood, and I love Kral. He's my favorite NPC in this game.
And he got somebody's eye. I'm pretty sure. That's
he didn't like that guy. Like Nevermore's a dick, though. You know Nevermore.
3 times. It's one
alright with the
session.
guy. Dan's alright with the guy.
We cannot talk about someone being a bad guy when we decapitate people on the daily, okay?
Yeah.
That's not how
I cut someone's head off tonight.
There was
Yeah, that's why
Eric doesn't
judgment's here
decapitate
from the
anyone.
job.
no. He just pushes them into a
yes.
pit of tar. Kral the Dark Messiah. Yeah, that's his autobiography. Okay, well, we should go away from here now because we've been streaming for a good long while. But guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for our favorite moments. That's something we like to do. We've borrowed it from the dreaded GM, and it's really nice and wholesome. And while we're doing our outros, please, if you have any in chat, throw them up. Having a hero named Kral would never work. No, absolutely not. So, guys, who the absolute heck are you all? Brendan, who the heck are you?
I'm Brendan. I am an actor and director. My Thursdays are going to be very empty for the next few months. I need to find something to do. Thanks for the dab.
You're welcome. I have so many to give.
Good. And make sure to check us out. I know Josh will talk about this, but check us out next Wednesday for Mutant Mayhem.
Woo!
That's me.
of mutants and mayhem.
Yeah, spook.
I think it was more like yay, but he was being quiet. Karen, who the heck are you?
Hi, I'm Karen. I am a performer and writer. You can follow me on Twitter as Mother O'Bunnies. That's also my name over there in Twitch chat. You can also follow me on my Instagram to keep up with my burlesque alter ego, Miss Lola Moore. I actually have a show on the 17th of July, assuming that I am fully recovered from COVID by that point. And big props to COVID for my super sultry voice tonight.
COVID doesn't get the love it deserves.
No, really, just like you just hear those deep, those really quality alto tones that I normally don't get in my voice. It's really brought those out for the finale tonight, and I appreciate that. For intermittent dulcet tones, depending on how sick I was when we were recording, you could go and listen to the Baby Dragons podcast, where I voice the deadly but deadly sexy Roland Westfall. And I have been informed that I do have a deep, sexy voice in some of those episodes.
Oh yeah.
You'll just have to listen through the back catalogue to find the sultry moments for you guys. Enjoy.
The
I really need to go
Unexpectables. Who is the Unexpectables? Is that the Dan chart?
Dark chocolate.
I'm
Yes,
certain
I have a
it's a
dark
show.
chocolate box right now.
Oh, dark chocolate.
Daria, who the heck are you?
Dark chocolate.
Yes, I am Daria. I don't have a sexy, cool chocolate voice, unfortunately. Mine is more like a carrot, a raw carrot that's been lying in the fridge for like 3 months. But anyway,
So it's
I do
limp?
art.
It's like wrinkly.
Yes,
sprouting little white
wrinkly
hairs.
little limp. Yep. It's there behind the garlic. It's fine. It's probably fine, but no one will cook with it. Anyway,
You need to clean your fridge.
don't tell
You
me
need to
what
have
do,
a
bitch.
higher. You need to be nicer about your voice, Daria.
Yeah, I quite like your voice.
Carrots are healthy.
You've got a cool European accent, you know?
Yeah.
Put that old carrot in a blender and make your voice a nice carrot smoothie.
Also, I love that Karen said I have a European accent. That's what it is, huh? Okay.
Yeah, without wanting to be any more specific.
No, my voice is an embodiment of the Slav squat, and that's it. Anyway, I do. When I don't kill Karen with a stupid joke, I do art, and I also play D&D here and on Mondays on the Scribe Twitch channel, and that's about all I do. Thank you for your attention. I love you.
We love you too, Daria. Dan, who the absolute heck are you, you lurking person, you?
Hello. I am Dan in the meat space, D-Reb in the cyberspace. To my fellow lurkers out there, you're always welcome, especially with this season break, even though there are more programming on this channel. I'm assuming they're gonna go into it. But I hope you're well, especially all the Pride Month goofs we did today. You're always loved. You always deserve love. Take care of yourselves. Ding.
And Mesdames et Messieurs, Damen und Herren, and beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion. That's particularly important this month. But I think Pride Month should be all the time. I have been Josh the Pirate, and I am the DM here on Corsair's Cove most of the time. I have the occasional guest coming in, like next week when we have Tony Karlstrom coming in to guest DM for us for Mutant Chronicles. Very exciting time there. Daria, Brendan, and I will be playing. Karen is a maybe on that one. Dan is welcome, but he hasn't said yay or nay on that one yet.
I lurk.
Very brand.
If you enjoy my face and voice, yeah, you can find me here on my channel, but you've done that already. Well done. Keep doing it. Thank you. You can also find me at Winterfest on the 16th of July down in Bridgetown, Western Australia, where I will be DMing live. A very exciting time. Tristan McInnes went last year, and I was like, I want in on that shit. And my parents live in Bridgetown, so I got in contact with them, and they're like, yes, please, come down. And we're like, all right. So I will be down there, 2 p.m., 16th of July. That got confirmed a bit maybe this morning. Otherwise, you can, if you think you like the majestic voice, but you think I could stand to turn the face down a little bit, you can find me on the podcast There Be Dragons. It's a 5e D&D podcast in a fantasy gunpowder setting where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Skern Felspar und his little dragon, Hrosh. Thank you very much for turning it down. I enjoy it. Guys, yes, we have been here this evening a very long time. Karen, tell me about Ukraine.
Ukraine. It has a Russian problem at the moment, something of an infestation of Russians in Ukraine right now, and a lot of Ukrainians have quite sensibly noped the hell out of there, which, while it has got them further from the violence, it hasn't necessarily got them into necessarily an easier situation. So the link in chat is for the Emergency Action Appeal. It's a group of charities and not-for-profits who are specifically joining forces to try and help as many Ukrainian refugees get the food, shelter, medical care and support they need while they are noped at home, which is a very difficult time. And they've raised over $4 million so far. If you have already donated, thank you so much. You're amazing. And if you think you might have a few dollars rattling around your digital wallet that you think you might be able to flick their way, please do follow the link and donate what you can. Every little bit helps.
That is true. It does. Thank you, Karen. Alrighty. Well, guys, everybody in our audience, thank you so much. Thank you to Sirenscape for the music. Thank you to Serum for the overlay. Thank you to my wonderful players for another incredible season. We will be back in a couple of weeks. Got into Kevin Sorbo. Oh, is Kevin Sorbo racist? I didn't know Kevin Sorbo was racist. Kevin Sorbo was the original Hercules.
He said he yells disappointed.
Disappointed.
Yes.
That is exactly who Kevin Sorbo.
Meme guy.
Yeah. It's my favorite story as well because it really is. He just misread the script. He's just acting super hard. That's true story.
Stage direction.
He just read the stage direction.
Listen, at
He was
least
just meant to.
he was
disappointed.
Okay, the fact that he's tangentially connected, bruh. The fact that he's connected to Xena, makes it all fine.
Okay.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Anyway, so what was I saying? Thank you to everybody who's come and joined us this season, and we will be back. This crew will be back for a Table Talks in a couple of weeks, where we will do all of our leveling up. Maybe have a small scenelets to get us to the start of the next season, maybe a little bit of gameplay, but not a huge amount. But yeah, just maybe mostly a Table Talks, just decompress and have a favorite moments of the season and so forth. We'll go away from here now, and we've got to raid somebody. If you want to join us on our socials, you can do that there. If you want to check out our YouTube, it is fully up to date. You can do that there. And you can also check out our Discord. I will verify anybody who joins right after the show. So we need to find somebody to raid now. We have a few options. GTG Vicky, Sensei Suplex. We haven't raided Sensei Suplex in a while. Let's do that. Atlas of Etheria Ep 5. Heck yeah. That'll do.
Full name.
Sensei Suplex is an African-American streamer who does D&D. And a very cool guy. And it looks like they may have just started as well. So this is a good place to begin. Before we do start the raid, I will do a 1-minute ad. Just helps the channel if you guys would stick around. GM's Workshop, totally unrelated. Did you get a haircut, Josh? Yes, I am. Very fresh. Got it just before I got COVID. GM's Workshop, thanks for joining us. He's from the lame state of Georgia. Well, look, no one can be perfect, Omi. No one can be cool Minnesotans like you. Not everybody can, anyway. I don't know. Georgia seems perfectly fine.
Has some feeling there. Some unresolved tension with Georgia.
Alrighty, well, we are going to go away from here now anyway, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Say goodbye, everybody, and we will start that raid up directly after the ad. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.